Testing, testing. Yes. Yes, the ultimate test. Why did the microphone got disconnected all of a sudden? Why not? What is happening? Lol. Welcome in, people. Hello, Goop. As you see, I've been working since very early on. So, you know, why not continue? I'm in the zone. I might fall asleep later, but that's okay. We're kind of on a rough schedule because I'm very stupid and ambitious. So let's just continue, you know, because there's a lot to do and I'm a little stupid little boy. Okay. So, we're gonna shade this. Let's go. Oh man. When I saw the calendar and I saw that there's only like a single week left, I'm like, oh boy, everything's not going the way I thought because I wanted to get way too much polish, but that's what happens when you're a perfectionist and that's really bad. So, realistically, we're only going to make a few drawings and the rest, I will do them on stream, but not on Art Fight because Art Fight is going to end soon. So the thing that we're going to do is we're just going to keep making them. Yeah, I mean, why not? I want to actually, the other ones, I want to give them, they're just so cool. I want to give them the shading they deserve. You know, the attention of it. So yeah, I will continue the other ones, just not for Art Fight. And I will tag the creators like, hey, I missed your Art Fight. But, you know, I missed Art Fight on your drawing, but I still wanted to make it. So here you go, and you know, I'll post it on my Kara. I thought about posting them on Instagram, but Instagram has become a little bit nutty with its AI stuff, so I'm gonna be like, okay, if I'm going to post them on Instagram, it's gotta be an obtuse post. Obtuse as in, I'm not going to just show the image. Maybe I'll make a standard animation that showcases it. You know the trends of people that hold their painting and they go please leave a like or whatever, and then they turn their painting around. I normally skip those, so let's be honest, it's probably not the best strategy, but it's gotta be something in between those lines so the AI doesn't perfectly copy my art all the time. And then you can just do it like, oh, make it in Dusset style. Yeah, it's like, I'd be out of the job. Not that it would be any good, but you know, the layman doesn't really care for quality or integrity, so. The struggles of the poor person. If you shared half of your art, they would be 10 days. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, like I take a long time to make these. Last art fight, I got really pumped, so I drew every day, every second, and it was very unhealthy, and I was very tired. And now that I'm pacing myself because of it, you know, now I'm like, no. You have chores to do. You have things you gotta take care of. You gotta take care of yourself. You gotta eat. You gotta drink. You gotta talk to friends and family. So now that I don't have certain facilities, that now I have to do a lot more chores than before. I guess I don't have the same amount of time I had. So I'm kind of like in this thing where like, yeah, no, you gotta prioritize other things, and it's like, yeah, it's true. So I think I missed a lot of art fight because of it, but it's no problem. Again, it's good. You need to do this. You gotta pace yourself. There are a lot more important things in life than just, you know, fulfilling an arbitrary deadline. We don't want to assimilate ourselves to school, like you know, official school with grades and stuff, and oh, you gotta do this in a time limit. Like, that's not the point. When it comes to art, you gotta take your time with it. In my case, I take my time with it a lot, and the results are really good. But that also involves taking time for yourself, by yourself, because an artist really needs a lot of experience with family, friends, life. Like, we make the joke, right? We make the joke, I don't go anywhere, I'm an introvert. But it's like, haha, yeah, that's a funny joke. But no, really, you're a human being. You need attention for yourself and other people that care about you. You know, you owe maybe a little bit of that attention. You don't owe anything to anyone, though. But I don't know, like, it's healthy. It's just healthy, period. You become a better person by it, and finding your groove on that very tricky gray area wheel, like how much attention and to whom and to what, like it's tricky, but it's important. And often artists talk about art block, but it's often that it's like, yeah, but what are you giving attention to and what are you not giving attention to? You know, part of art block is just that you're feeling mentally hungry. Humans crave change and experiences, and when you don't have that for a while and things are a little stagnant, you become bored and you don't do anything about it, then yeah, things like that happen, art blocks and stuff. And maybe often even a little bit of an incentive to feel depressed, because you don't know where to put that energy, the energy of, you know, you want to go out there and do something, spend that energy. You know, every now and then we are a little adventurous, not mega adventurous. Like, it's not like everyone wants to throw themselves off a plane, but something, some sort of creative explosion, something that stimulates your mind, your thought process, or even your body to do or think things that it never did before. And there you go, inspiration. It's playing with the unknown, is the allowance to play. The things you couldn't do when you were a kid, you do them now because you're more grown, you're more free. And with that freedom, you know, you enjoy that responsibility, carry it along, have fun, and then plaster it on paper or on whatever medium you use, maybe photography, canvas, sculpture. It's a good translator. I don't know why, but I'm doing math. Math for what? If you shade the 4th of it today, you would have 8 days left. Yeah. Sorry I'm late. No, don't worry, Zoso. You're very early, actually. Is the music too loud? I feel that the music is too loud. Hold on. I can barely hear myself. Let's see on OBS. Yeah, that should be acceptable levels. Okay. But by the way, what's my canvas size? I kind of forgot. Oh wait, in this case, because I'm a little bit paranoid for quality, you don't have to do this. Please don't do this. I am very stupid and I am experimenting. This is 15 by 20 with a 700 dpi resolution. It's ridiculous. You don't need or have to do this. But but this was the standard when we were in high school, because I went to an art high school, and I'm like, oh, that standard was pretty cool. Let me try it again. For the sake of, you know, what if you want to print this? You can print it at that size. And if I need a smaller quality, I have a quality changer browser thing that I found that is really good, so I can make it a lot smaller. But yeah, that's the canvas size that I'm working with. Let me actually write it down so you guys know. There you go. It's ridiculous. It's unnecessary. But and by the way, that's inches. It's not feet. It's not like I'm making this impossibly huge thing. But it's still ridiculous. 15 by 20 inches. It's not necessary. I was very excited to start shading because it's starting to become one of my favorite things to think about. Or at least to muse in terms of how can I teach people. It's saving. Autosave. Because it's a good way to help people understand beyond shading, how do you make texture and how do you work with your values, which is how do you make contrast so you can have the attention where you want it to be exactly, specifically. And shading is a huge solution to all of that. You mainly have to think about what the thing is made out of and the topography of it. It's kind of like the whole thing about when you look at it, you know what it feels to touch it with your hand. Well, that's kind of the point. You gotta make that illusion happen when you're shading. At least if you're shading realistically, or if you're even if you're shading cartoonily, it kind of has to have that same feel of, I know what that feels like to touch. So it's tricky. Not only do you gotta figure it out with your own style, you also gotta figure it out with your tools. Because there are some tools that can imitate a certain texture, but your style might be too cartoony for it, and you would end up having an uncanny effect. It's a very strange balance that you gotta make. In my case, I am semi-realistic, so I'm kind of playing in the uncanny valley. I am at risk at making something that does not look right, because it's either too realistic in a cartoony world, or if it's too cartoony in a real life world. In a way, I have commitment issues in my art style, but you know, we learn how to fix those in post eventually. That's why I keep drawing. We gotta keep learning. We gotta keep studying, find new ways, new techniques, but also a way to work fast and work efficiently, which I haven't been doing. I don't know, it's important also to post your failures. Be okay with them. You know, in a way, these are not tutorials, unless you think of them as a way of how not to do certain things. But because Art-Fight is so chill, you know, Art-Fight is like the place where everyone can just hang out and experiment and explore their style alongside other people. I'm like, heck yeah, man. Like, it doesn't really matter if I fail or succeed. It's low stakes, and it's really fun. I just like to draw. Wait, never mind. If you shade a pixel a day, you would have that many days left. art fight. Oh boy. If I shade it extremely fast, which I don't think I'm capable of, because as I've stated, I'm very much a perfectionist, then yeah, I would be able to finish everything. But as you can see, I can get stuck on line art for a whole bunch of weeks. But of course, that's because I had a lot of characters, right, and a lot of different compositions, and I had to figure out angles and stuff. And now, once I have everything shaded, it's just downhill from there, because you set everything up and then the rest is gravity. So it's a similar thing here, especially when I'm not painting. I'm using gradient maps, which paint for me. They exchange a value of gray for a color, and then the rest I can just make the special effects myself once that's done. It's a bit of a quick cheat. So imagine how much more the ball's rolling downhill after I was this is why I got a little cocky, because it's like, no, yeah, I'll finish quickly, but actually the process of the others involve a lot of detailing too, because it's different scenes and it's different stories being told in the composition. That each took its own. I took my time with each and every one of them, because they just have to be good, right? You got to tell a good story with a composition, and it's going to take time. So I'm not going to make it to the deadline, you know, but I'm still very happy on how they are coming out, which is why I'm gonna still do them. I'm gonna still finish them, even if it's not for art fight. I just really like what we've been doing so far, what we got. Now for trees, I haven't shaded much trees except for last year's art fight, but it's kind of strange how much organic human anatomy there is on trees. Like if you go hyper realistic on the human body and you draw like a bunch of veins, then it's kind of the same thing with trees. Even if it's a cartoony style, you just have to do a bunch of wrinkles and then shade those wrinkles. You don't need to be very ultra specific. You know, if we look from far away, it already looks okay. It already looks like a tree and a bunch of organs and veins, you know. But eventually I'm gonna give it a rougher texture, so people kind of know that, okay, these are not guts. It's just that there is a bunch of overlap, because it is organic. Organic things often look similar. It's just the texture after the fact. And if whether or not there's a shine to it or not, whether or not there's like a rough situation going on. Minus the many days, so when you be past a few art fights. That would be funny. A bunch of art fights and I haven't finished a single one. So today, this is stream 258. We're still on the line art. Oh, no. You see, this is why we gotta move on. This is why you gotta cut your losses and move on and admit defeat sometimes. And that's okay. I often do this a lot. A lot of the pieces that you see are the ones that made it. And the other ones kind of, never made it. But because I'm streaming, I want to use this again as a way to keep myself accountable for the ideas that I feel were good and are still good, but I might not feel motivated to finish. Well, this time I kind of have to. I mean, of course, don't make yourself finish anything you don't want to. That's not a vibe. That's not good. It stagnates you and it keeps you prisoner to when you could be doing something completely different. But because I think these are worth finishing, I will finish them. Not only because it's like a mini promise, it's like, oh yeah, I will attack you, but also, again, I wanna I need examples for my commission stuff. So it's kind of like, yeah, this is what it looks like to have a fully fledged art piece with all the attention that I have, and this is what it looks like when I don't have all my attention on it, you know. I need samples, and this is a good opportunity to not only make those samples but also show you guys how I do it. Also questioned you, are you submitting all your attacks the same day? Or, I mean, yeah. If when I'm finished, I will post it. Or on the same day, perhaps, yeah. Dudes, you should remember to post them next year. I've been debating about that. I've been debating about pausing them, not continuing to draw them, and then start the next year and post them. The thing about that is that it would go against the spirit of Art Fight, because the spirit of Art Fight is you draw on Art Fight and you start and finish that. But of course there are no rules, right? So I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. There are no specific rules to Art Fight. It's just the spirit of Art Fight. So it's not bad to continue the pieces on Art Fight next year. So I'm like, yeah, that could be a vibe, you know, that could be a thing. So I might do that. You know, I don't think anyone will object if I do that. So I might do it. I might leave some of them for next year. And because actually it would work, because I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to make like 1,000 submission promises and then I won't be able to keep them. So I think it works. It works out. Because I might do like 2 or 4 attacks and that's it. But they will be like as best as I can, you know. It's not going to be like just a little crude doodle. So yeah, I could do that. You're right. I mean, you should draw throughout the year, then post all of the attacks on Art Fight. I have seen streamers do it. Huh. You see, that's different. That goes, that challenges my code. Because I like the idea of you work on Art Fight and finish on Art Fight, and then the rest of the year. Because I also had that idea. I was also thinking about that. Like, what if you just finish all the pieces and then post them? But then they will not be on Art Fight, and I want them on Art Fight. So maybe you could wait until next year to post them. Even if people stop being interested because you promised them as a... Like, it's a bit of a challenge for me to wrap my head around it, but it's a really good idea. I like the idea, but at the same time, it feels wrong. Like, something about it feels wrong to me, but it's not a bad idea to continue to work on it and then post it next year on Art Fight. Because they also disqualify people, I think, for certain rules. So I don't know what's acceptable. If Art Fight thinks it's acceptable that I finish it, I'll read the rules and make my decision later. But I would not be opposed to continuing to finish them next year and then post them next year, you know. Instead of working on them throughout the year and then, you know. Because I did read that. I did read that it's like, it's best if you guys start and finish on Art Fight. And to avoid any ambiguous ruling from the judges, you know, I think that's also why I didn't think of doing that. Because I don't like the ambiguity of a judge saying, oh, you're disqualified for this piece because it wasn't made on Art Fight. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. But then all that work went to nothing just because I thought I could do something, you know. Again, I'll check the rules. If there's something that specifically on the rule says that I can't do that, then I will. Because I have a lot of other projects to do and finish, you know. So I can't keep working on Art Fight after Art Fight. Not purely, you know. I gotta finish Art Fight and then move on to the projects that I have to do. Let me look that up then. Yeah. That would be useful. Thank you. I think it was like on the basic rules and etiquette on Art Fight. It's like it's better not to... Or I could be confusing it also though with the rules of Clip Studio Paint's contests. because some have been asking, can I submit an older drawing that I did for it? And I think one of the rulings was like, I mean, you can, but it's better if you do it like for the contest, and older submissions for other things will not be admissible. But again, that's for the Clip Studio contest, not for Art Fight. So I might be confusing the rules and just combining them because it just sounds fair to me. All I found is that art stealing is bad, but I will keep looking. Huh. If they don't have any rules for it, then yeah, I will finish them and then move on to something else. And then post them next year on Art Fight. Even if I've already posted them on 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐭 or something. Because I don't really want to wait a whole year to show the people that I promised an attack for. To show them. But I still want them on the record on Art Fight. So I will have to wait another year for that. But, you know. It's still part of the vibe that from next year onward, I will do only like 2 or 3 attacks. Or 4. Like I'm doing right now. I'm only posting these 4 this year if I finish them. And I will try to finish them. But that's really it. And by the end of this month, I will be very busy too. So it's kind of like running really quickly and be like, oh my god, I'm almost done. But I don't know how. God, I'm almost there. You know, close to the finish line kind of thing. I have a lot of ideas on what to do. In a funny way, I'm never bored. I have this client that says, hey, if you get bored, do this for me. But it's like, no. I'm never bored. You tell me if you need it for now or today, and I'll do it. But if not, I will be doing a lot of other things. Got to go for a minute? Okay, no problem. Take care, Goop. Today has been chill. It's been raining a lot recently. Like in a streaming sense, it's a bad thing because then I fall asleep mid-stream. You guys, I think I haven't checked the footage yet, but I bet you guys can see me do this. Like stop and suddenly make a line, a very weird line, and then wake up and then finally get a little faster. I'm legit falling asleep midstream. See, for these parts, you block out the parts you definitely want bright. And then you block in the parts you want black, and then you start shading everything in between. That is the process. At least if you want a little bit more realistic shading. But you can get away with very simplistic shading. Just making the outline of the shadow, and that's it. The rest being like shading with the feather brush. A mixture of it, because the feather brush is good. But it doesn't let you make choices, like very peculiar choices. You need sometimes hard edges on those lights and shadows. Because it lets you know when the light source is far or close, or if something is completely gone from view or not. Like using only the feather brush is not good. And of course, using only the straight strong brush to shade is not bad. It's not good either. You need a balance. In a way, it's why I like this brush that I'm using. It's the transparent watercolor because it bleeds into something soft, but I can also press it to make it strong. It's a really good mix. Of course, eventually when I'm done, then I'll have to go into the feather brush and do some special effects. But yeah, it's pretty good. And when I'm done with the stomp, I'm gonna end up coloring it and then get it over with, you know. Because I only use gradient maps to do the initial color outline, if you will. The rest is just easy effects making. So if I finish to shading all the characters today, technically I will also end coloring them, the base of it, and then I can only focus on special effects, which is my favorite part of it. Making particle effects, water, shiny, the lighting coming in, that's my favorite part. I love it. I love it so much. And I can't wait to show you guys. I feel that art like this can be very boring to show off. It's kind of like why I'm kind of surprised that some of you have stuck for as long as you have. Because if it's a musician, you can, even if it's just the outtakes, you can get very immersed in what they're doing because it sounds immediately really cool, and you can see the art piece of the music start to take shape, and you're like, oh man, this is a bop, or oh, you can keep this part, and this sounds cool, and you can keep singing it in your sleep. But things like these, I feel are a little bit more, I don't know, they're time consuming. You don't see the vision immediately. You need to wait until the artist does it. It's a bit of a challenge for me. I stay on art streams because I feel the solidarity of it, but I do understand, like, oh, more of this, and then you tune off to something a little bit more exciting. I do have yeah, what's the word? I wouldn't say ADHD, but I do have this thing where I like high energy content. So I do understand, but in a way that's why I also don't understand when people tune in. But I'm happy, when people do. I'm very, very excited because I like to teach. I like to show how people can make this, and the things that I've learned on how to make it. In a funny way, it's one of the reasons it's really hard for me to put a price on this. If you go like, oh, if you become a member, you get exclusive footage. What exclusive footage? I'm telling you everything I know from the get-go every stream. So how do I make an exclusive content when there is no exclusive content? I mean, I guess the only thing I could offer is like desktop art, because technically you, not unless you're like one of those animators that can copy an art style for the sake of expedient production, like they do on Disney and stuff, like professionally, then I don't think you can actually learn how to do things exactly the way I do. And again, beyond the professional level, why would you want to be exactly like me? I don't want you to be exactly like me. I want you to find your own voice and enjoy it. It's part of half of doing art, becoming your own and finding ways to help other people become their own. It's your own conviction of how reality looks to you, and how you paint. How do you pick that reality? It's your own way of speaking. You don't want someone to imitate you talking. That's annoying. Same thing in art. I want people to find their own voice, and it's fun. And if we're doing that together, we're figuring it out, and I see you eventually in the news and you're like, yeah, I made it, and I'm like, nice, they made it. And they made it on their own with their own voice, and look how cool it is. And maybe I can learn something from you later. I try to learn something from artists all the time, and in a funny way, it's best that you learn how to be a good teacher than trying and reach any level of mastery that you say, I'm a master. It's like, no, you're not a master in the way that we've misconstrued the word master. You are master in a way that you are teaching You know, people forget. People don't think about the word teaching in the word master. They think about conqueror instead of master as a teacher. And teacher has also become a thing of, oh, we cannot say anything against the teacher, against the master, because the master is the master. You know, they've peaked. No, it's not the right way to misconstrue master either. I suppose it's like Asian culture that you cannot question your elders. You have to respect them no matter what. And it's like, just shut up. Sometimes you have to question them in order to reach a newer truth. We are eternal students. The word master just means that you are capable of grabbing everything you've known, everything you've learned, and pass it on in a way that the students don't need to spend 10 million years learning it. So then they can use it or appreciate it more than you ever did in your whole life. Like, I think that there are very different concepts that have been lost to time when it comes to teaching and mastery. A master just knows a lot of the stuff that you should or would know if it was explained in a way they find easy to explain nowadays. A master makes masters faster. That's what a real master is, in my opinion. It's kind of like I always what I think it was Einstein said, that a good teacher is someone that you've mastered a topic when you can teach it appropriately to anyone. And that part, to anyone, is important to me, because it means that you can grab that same concept and change it and change analogies in order for you to adapt to the person you're teaching. It's not something that you can only teach in one style. You're so efficient at teaching and so efficient at the topic that you can explain it in multiple ways to multiple people efficiently. So then those people become experts in the topic too, quickly and efficiently, because of your mastery of it. I think that should be the real definition of master. Which means that now the bar has been set very low. Not to say low quality, but now anyone can become a master in this way. Because being an efficient teacher, I think, can be more important than the thing being taught eventually. Because imagine having a lot of productive engineers, a lot of productive artists, a lot of productive business people, because of someone who was really good at teaching those subjects. So instead of this idea of you have to be this specific thing to make it and there is no more growth after it, I don't think that's how things should work. Like, I don't consider myself a master at all. I have a lot to learn, but I like to follow a lot of masters. And I would like to be one at some point later in the future. But this is why I'm practicing through streams. I'm sharing what I know. And it's really hard to put a price tag on that because I don't want to. I want people to enjoy doing what they want and figure it out for themselves while they're trying their best alongside people like me or other really good, better artists. And then together we can make something fun. Welcome back, Goop. Happy to have you here again. But yeah, that's pretty much, I don't know, it's a very confusing thought because it's not good for business, you know. In a way, this is why artists are really bad at business, and I always suggest that if you want to go to college for art, go to business school. Because an artist will be an artist no matter what. You know, they will find a way to draw in class, they will find tutorials online which are free. You can be an artist for free. What you can't do is learn effective business practices or learn how to be good at certain marketing strategies and stuff efficiently, or at least from a trusted source online. because there is a lot of red tape when it comes to being a successful business owner, and that includes the law, which a lot of artists don't know anything about. I don't know the laws of my country, let's be honest. There's a lot of rights that I have that I don't know. There's a lot of licenses that I learned that I had to have if I wanted to build a real life kiosk and sell my art to tourists and stuff, you know, publicly. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that I need to know, taxes and stuff, that I didn't figure out much later, that was never taught in any art class, because art classes are very involved in culture and history and stuff that doesn't really matter until you get a client that asks you for those things. And it's barely ever, at least the one that I went with, right? There are many schools that are efficient at it. I bet, maybe. If your college does not have an angle where it puts you directly on the business that you want, I highly suggest you don't go there. If it doesn't put you in a studio, or it doesn't teach you how to get into studios or build your own business, I don't think that's an effective school to be. If it's too involved in like history and the culture of art and where everything came from, like, it doesn't really matter. You should be cultured, you really should, but it's not as important as learning how to draw and learning how to make a business learning how to draw, you know? And the arithmetic you need to you learn the arithmetic that's necessary for your job, because there's a lot of math out there, but sometimes the only relevant math is the one that you need for what you want to do. And the more confused you are about that, the more depressed you're going to be, the more you're going to feel like you failed, but you haven't failed. It's just that it's really hard to choose when you're not well informed on what you should be doing. And that was very frustrating for me growing up. It's like, so you mean that experts, quote unquote, didn't teach me what I had to learn, and even they are kind of lost when the answer is so simple. Once, you know, hindsight is 20/20, of course. I have a lot of beef with art school, man. if you couldn't tell. But yeah, that's why I'm here. I really like art, and I really don't want to put a price tag on showing you guys the process. And again, not that I'm proficient at anything. I'm not really good. But I guess I am confident that I can make it, and I want to pass that on to people that see me. So people that say, oh, I will never make it, you will make it, because I made it. I thought for the longest time that I couldn't make art, or that I couldn't figure things out on my own, and that I needed a diploma to tell me that I'm good, you know, validation from a piece of paper. Oh, I got good grades, therefore I'm good. Will you accept me into your job? Apparently that's not how it works in the industry. So what's the point of being graded? You know, move along, be comfortable with your failings, so you can be more comfortable when you do succeed, and recognize it, because some people succeed really good and they go like, oh, it's not that great. It's like, no, listen. Accept when you're good at things. You will need it for the future, because a lot of people will try to put you down. And yeah, no, like, don't be cocky about it. Don't be overly cocky about it to the point that you put other people down or something. But also, don't be defeatist. It's really annoying to try and cheer someone up, but they keep putting an excuse of why you are wrong. It's like, no, you're good, you're great, you're excellent, and they're like, oh no, I'm suck, I'm a horrible human being. It's like, oh, you know, like, dude, I'm trying to. Are you calling me a liar? Hi, I'm here this live this time. Hello, Timu, welcome in. Sorry, I've been rambling on forever. Dudes, do you play Minecraft? Yes, I do. In my spare time, maybe on like a. It's very rare that I play on a server, but I really like to play on certain servers, but not on every server. Point is, yes, I do like Minecraft. Mostly solitaire, rarely on a server, and it has to be with close friends. But yeah, I do like to play Minecraft. I'm not an expert at Minecraft. I mostly just explore and barely build anything because I feel like what's the point? I'm going to fail. I'm going to lose the game file anyway, so I'm just going to explore around, enjoy the process of collecting all the things that I like, maybe build a tiny house and feel accomplished and enjoy some vistas. But I did find a new use for Minecraft. I started to take pictures on Minecraft and make art based on those pictures. I did 2 pieces and I posted it on Instagram. They were really fun, but because Minecraft is so blocky, I asked myself, how am I going to make this work? Because how can I translate the beauty of Minecraft when it's all blocky into something a little bit more realistically rendered? And then I thought, hey, wait a minute. Dragon Ball has something exactly like Minecraft. They have elevated platforms that are kind of like mini volcanoes bursting out of the ground of an otherwise very flat field. So I tried to learn how to copy that style, and I used it. And so it's this combination of Minecraft and Dragon Ball art style. I don't know, I just really liked it, and I want to keep doing that. I want to make more art based on video games, like Inscription. I love the game Inscription, and maybe I can make the card combinations and try to translate them into a card. Well, I translate the cards into an art piece. Yes, like what would the creature look in real life with the implications of the sigils that they have. Oh, it's a moose bug that flies. Okay, so a moose bug with wings, how would that look? But they also have the corpse maggot logo. What does that mean? You know, the implications in an art form. Oh, that would look nice. So I want to do that later. More art based on the games that I play. What's up? Hello, Broken Flag. Welcome. Very happy to see you. Have you played Genshin? I have not. I have not played Genshin, but I have a friend who does play Genshin, and she shows me everything about it, and it's fun. It looks really pretty. I just really hate the gacha system, and I refuse to play it. And not that the game is bad. The game is beautiful. The game is fantastic, and if you have enough money to pay to win, but I just really hate the gacha aspect. I don't have time for it. Just I will buy with time the characters that I want to play, and there you go. But I refuse to be sucked into I just don't have the time for that. So having someone play it and watch the story for free is But yeah, I really like the stories they tell. It's just that sometimes it's very predictable. Sometimes it's very like, come on, is it going to be this twist? Of course it's this twist. And sometimes it's not surprising. Sometimes it is, though. Sometimes I really enjoy the story and get way deep into it. Sometimes I enjoy it ironically, sometimes unironically. It's a mixed batch. It's a really good game. Good show. I would rate it, if it's like a out of 10 system, like a 6 out of 10. Like, it's worth it. But when I keep hearing that, oh, the size of the game grows the more updates it gets, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm never gonna play Genshin. My computer is mostly because my computer's full of space as it is because of art stuff. And the other thing, I hate the gacha thing. I don't have time for that. If I could buy with time the characters that I want, then I would do it. You know, a guarantee. But no, it's by season. It's by, like, you gotta wait a whole year for the character you want. And sometimes there are banners that are off season. But it's like, again, that is gacha itself. I don't like gacha. I hate gacha. It's ridiculous. You either buy it or you don't have it. That's it. And if the odds are so stacked against you that you don't even know how to calculate it, then I'm out. If it's not an 80% chance that I will get it, then I won't play. It's, I don't know, I just don't like it. I don't have the time or the patience for it. But otherwise, Other than that, it's a really beautiful game. I have taken inspiration from Genshin, and I have made fan art, fan art of people that base their character on Genshin, and I've tried to imitate their art style because it's really good. Their art direction is fantastic. Of course, sometimes with a lot too much detail, but I enjoy it. I don't know, that the details that they make on their character design is really good sometimes. The first thing that me and my friend did was to figure out what the characters were on about, like, you know, oh, what are they in their daily life? And then I started to figure out, okay, they have this little detail in the corner, they wear this specifically, they have to be a pirate. Oh, it turns out, yes, that character was a pirate, or pirate adjacent, or something, and their story is similar. So I'm like, okay, they have really good character design sense. So I like to analyze it, but the problem is that some stories are very simple, very baby simple, like 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭, very baby simple and predictable, that I read way too much into it. It's kind of like, but this character should die to make the plot more dramatic and better, you know, like a really good story, but they go on the whole, oh no, it turns out they're okay, they're fine, no one dies. It's like, of course no one dies. Or there's this detail like, oh, let me guess, the villain is this character, like I saw a mile away, and then Paimon describes every single detail that just happened. You know, forget it. It's a visual medium, right? You obviously need everything to be described. Oh no, the villain was that guy because they said the bad thing. Oh no, I could never have proceeded. Paimon, we just saw it. Please. Stop. Tell me something I don't know. But yeah, besides that, it's really good. And I like it. This is why it gets a 6 out of 10. When it gets annoying, but when it gets beautiful, oh goodness gracious. That Fontaine update, no, the Sumeru one. Sumeru got a lot of attention, and you could tell they were proud of it. And I was proud for them, because that was beautiful. A mixture of rainforest theme with desert and stuff. Yeah, man, sign me up. Also, they made, not 𝐼𝐸𝐷𝐻. General Mahamatra, I forgot his name. Cyno. They made Cyno a huge dork, and that's funny. I'm the one that does justice, but also I play video games. And I follow Cyno, you know, the voice actor. It's pretty cool. Cyno. Yeah, Sayu. I confuse them a lot. Let me see. Same, are you ever played Pokemon Go? I have never played Pokemon Go. Probably won't, but I like the idea of Pokemon Go. You know, you go outside, you find it, you're living the fantasy of Pokemon. You are living the fantasy of it. That is awesome. There are very few games where that are not made up, because that's what we did as kids, right? We made up that we were in the world, and we played with our friends, make believe. It's like, yeah, I choose you, and you have to kind of D&D it. No, but the rules say no, but this attack goes up, and you're just like, no, like, you gotta sort of finagle with it when you're a kid. But in this case, it's the same exact thing, only that now you have the rules, and you can play with other people, and it's just fun. I love the idea of Pokemon Go. I'm not a fan of Pokemon, but, you know, I'm an admirer from far away. It's like, yeah, they've done a lot of things right. Also, a side note, and this is a parenthesis for anyone that is doing shading alongside of me. Shade from this distance. Do not shade from this distance. You know why? Because this happens. You see all this section that I spent all that time talking to you guys, and I was shading on this distance. Look at all that detail. Look at all those things that will not be visible from this distance, and it actually makes it look uglier. in my opinion. In my opinion, all these details that I put make it look uglier. And it takes away from the attention of the characters too, if it's too... So all that hard work, boom. Boom. It's a punishment. Because you should not waste so much time on a roots system like this. It's a waste of time. Shade from far away the things that don't matter. In fact, I'm gonna put it this distance, a little bit farther away. So that way I can block out the more important details so it looks the part from far away, but not necessarily from close up. We can do that later. But it will be a waste of time if I stood, you know, let's just block out all the details from far away. So anyway, Pokemon Go. Really good idea. I'm kind of sad that it got a bunch of problems but because of the player base. That I think it was that people played Pokemon Go in the wrong places, like they shouldn't. Like if they're in a funeral and suddenly, oh, there's a ghost type here, haha. It's like, dude, what are you... No, stop it. That's terrible. That's really, really bad. But besides that, I love the idea of Pokemon Go. The concept of it. And more games should be like that. Imagine they did that with like a TCG. Like a card trading game. And then, do any of you guys have seen Chaotic? The animated series? Hang on. Can you guys see this? No, let me put it up on browser. Because if they did this... Hang on. R5, this one? Yeah, this one, okay. Have you guys seen Chaotix? The show. It was, yeah, this one. It was a show all about, like, you go into this world, like these kids live in the real world, and there is a different world they go into, which is the world of the monsters, like the actual world. It's like if you got teleported to the Pokemon world. And then you scan the monsters and the characters, and when you scan them, you become them in the game. Like they become part of your deck. And there are friends of each other that are from villainous factions. This is the main cast, right? This kid sides with one of the good guys and has scanned him, and he becomes him in the game when he's playing with his friends. But now his best friend here, they are really close friends, they're good, but he is with the villain faction, and he scanned the villain guy. You know, this is the good guy, this is the bad guy. They're best friends, they are mortal enemies, and they cannot tell the factions that, no, we use you to play games and we become you. And you know, they keep that as a secret, of course. So it's really fun. It's a really fun concept. When they go into the game, they go on adventures, and they scan items too. They scan objects, tools, weapons, characters, monsters. They have classes, they have biomes, it's such a cool idea. Now imagine that in real life. You go into the virtual world using your phone, you scan the creatures that you find, which could be any sort of strange anomalies, and then you just use them when you battle other players. Wouldn't that be amazing? Someone that knows how to make games, steal this idea and do it, please. Someone do it. Okay, let's see. Are you playing Genshin? I answer that. Are you playing Pokemon Go? No. True Gacha is more bad than good. Yeah. I know they say everything in Genshin cringe, but yeah, their color palettes and choices are amazing. Yeah, again, the dialogue, let's be honest, the dialogue leaves a lot to be desired. Especially Paimon. I want to like Paimon. I want to like Paimon. I want to like her. But for the majority of times, it's like if a friend interrupted you to tell you the obvious every single time. It's like, hey, I saw a red car. Oh, okay, that's nice. Oh, hey, I saw a red car again. Okay, buddy, that's nice. And then they keep doing that until you kind of have to not invite them to events anymore. Because you know what's going to happen and you don't want to deal with it that day. That's Paimon for me. Like, I want to like her. She's cool and she's mysterious. I still have fan theories of it. Like, I see fan theories that, oh, what if she is the goddess that have plunged them but she forgot? Or what if she is part of that faction, whatever that is, because she mysteriously fell from the sky and that's all she is? Come on. Or maybe she's from Conria or Celestia, like she's the principal, who knows? Or she will surprise us. And she eats a lot. Like, her main characteristic is eating a lot, and I have not seen something that eats a lot and does not grow up to be something great. You know, like, I want that to happen. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that's what I want to happen. But Paimon sometimes says of some things that I just go like, Paimon, please. I really don't want to dislike you. You are very mysterious. You're very funny. You're cute. I like you. Please stop saying the obvious. But yeah, Genshin is really good in that sense. It's really cringe sometimes, but when it's good, it's amazing. There are no words for me to describe how fantastic Genshin can be. It's really good. I love it. You saw the new Genshin character, Pyro. She's gorgeous. Yes! The Natlan update. Now they're going into Natlan, and the Pyro Archon looks amazing. Also, they're making Capitano playable, which is like, what? Normally, I wanted Capitano to not be playable because I like the idea that he was a real villain. So far, the Fatui have been a joke. Except for Dottore, they've all been a joke. Signora, a joke. And I kind of accept it for a level 1 villain, you know? You put the weaker character in front, so then you kind of stand a chance at level 1. Then Dottore came out and he wrecked everyone's world, and it's like, oh, jeez, that is scary. Dottore is scary. And then there is Wanderer. Was, you know, what was his name before? Scaramouche. Scaramouche already is a joke for a name. His backstory is mommy issues. My friend loves him because she has this maternal instinct, so I'm kind of like, okay, I kind of see why he is, because he's cute. And his story is tragic, sure. But these people are supposed to be irredeemable, right? They're villains. And I'm not scared of most any of them, except, oh, and then Father turned out to be this good woman in disguise, because she wants the best she wants for her children, which is endearing. But then who is evil? This villain group that Wanderer eventually said they all hate each other, they all are selfish, they all are very evil and whatever. And I'm like, Father is cool. Capitano now is playable, so probably he's redeemable. Wanderer was redeemable, and you know, he's actually pretty cool. I like Wanderer. I don't know, like, who is actually evil? And the guy that is like very focused on money, he's funny looking. I don't think he is, you know, I don't take him seriously as a threat, except on a financial threat. Like, he could be one of those Lex Luthor guys that I'm very smart. I'm smart enough that I'm a threat to you. But besides that, I don't see anyone besides Dottore and the big cheese, you know, like the big guy, being, I don't know, like, I don't know, the Fatui have been a very funny joke. Like, they've not been as much of a threat as I thought they would be. You know, the Organization 13 in Kingdom Hearts? They had no hearts. They were charming, yes, but they were all thoroughly evil in a sense of, we don't have hearts, we don't care what happens to you, we will attack if we are ordered to, and we do have a mission. You know, in that way I kind of get scared of them. The Akatsuki in Naruto, also unapologetically evil, even though they had their own agenda. Like, freaking Orochimaru just got in to get to Itachi and then they kick him out. That was funny. Like, he did not last a day, almost. You know, that's a funny evil group. I don't know the one on Bleach. I never saw Bleach. But there is, like, a group of evil people. At least they look a little menacing, maybe. I don't know. I've never seen the show. But then I see these guys and it's like, you know, it's more charming than scary. I want to be scared. But at the same time, I like them. I end up liking them. So I don't know. I don't think I have a based opinion on this. But Natlan looks amazing. Anyways, moving on. I think Genshin cringe. You saw a pyro? Yep. I have returned. Hello, Waffles. Sorry that I've been rambling. How are you? I have returned from the realms of the ethereal beyond, having traversed the mysterious expanse of the other room. Now, from my lofty village, I gaze upon the ceaseless flow of the mortal realm stream below. What am I trying to say is hi. I love it, Waffles. I suddenly caught it. I caught it late. I'm sorry that I caught it late, but I caught it eventually. So the dramatic reading was extremely necessary. You are amazing here, Waffles. Thank you for that. I love it. I love a good dramatic reading. Yeah, like in summer I see out and said 50 kids because Pokemon Go has even on summer. I absolutely love it. Paimon comment. Paimon comment. Indeed, Paimon. I love you, but Paimon. Anywho. So, first off, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna buy this apple. Second, I'm going to divide this character into pieces because in order for the gradient man to work, I have to shade individual parts of the character. In this case, on the stomp, I don't have to do that because the stomp is one color. So I can just go to layer, new correction layer, and hit gradient map. Then I'm going to choose a preset that I have here. You guys can't see my menu, but I have like a dark wood selected, pre-select. Oh, I accidentally hit the eraser instead of white here. So let's fix that. I gotta shade it now. But you see, it turns shades of gray into color. So I don't have to color all of this at all. I question myself, why don't I just shade with the color correction already on? But I shouldn't do that because sometimes it just doesn't diffuminate well. I've tried it and it doesn't always work. So I have to do it differently. But yeah, see, it's already done. I don't have to paint it. What I have to do though is correct add some highlights because this doesn't do that many highlighted stuff. So I have to do that on post-production, if you will. But it's still a huge speed up. It's still something that it's extremely quick and helpful. At least if you're in a hurry like I am right now, it's really good. But it's not the end all, again, like I said before. It's not the final discussion because there's also color theory, which this thing does not consider. So you have to do it manually. This isn't the end. It just allows you to begin the process of improving it faster and quicker. So now we can actually begin to think of more textury things to do. You know Lily Pichu? I've heard of her, yeah. I haven't seen much of her. I've seen more of her boyfriend, which I think is still... No. Is Lily Pichu the girlfriend of Michael Reeves? I've seen more about Michael Reeves because I'm interested in the engineering science that he does than on Lily Pichu. But she is pretty cool. She's cute. And I like it when he features her and she's so confused about what he's doing, his shenanigans, and everyone is so afraid. And she's very sweet. She's this really sweet streamer. I really like it when she does really cute things on stream. But I haven't followed anything she's been doing at all. You see, I'm done with the stump. See how quickly it is? And so for it to work on a character, I need to separate everything. So I'm going to copy and paste this layer of the character. And on the mask, I'm starting to delete with an extremely strong opaque brush, so there's nothing left over. I'm going to start erasing, or I can just grab the line art and select the parts that I want to erase on the mask. In this case, I want to only have, for this layer, the cloth of this character and erase it from the mask. There could be quicker ways to do it, but oh, and the cloth can have multiple pieces, so only take the piece that you want to shade. This part is not something that I want, nor this part, nor this part, nor this, nor this, nor this, nor this. Today was really busy, way more than I thought. I didn't have time to make the sketch for the animation, so it'll probably be due on Thursday. Yeah, that happens. I was kind of actually saying on stream that we will not have time for every art piece that I planned to make, but we have a few that are already finished that we can start already working on. So we will do those instead, and I might post the other ones that we didn't have time for next year. Although I am in the fence of whether or not I should keep making them right now outside of Art Fight, or if I should wait until next year to continue to work on them, which is what I originally was going to do, though someone suggested that I could just finish them now and post them next year, which is not a bad idea, except that the spirit of Art Fight asks people that they work on Art Fight. So I'm kind of like on this limbo of, should I do it or should I not? You know, I'll make that choice later, but we will have these 4 ready for the ending of Art Fight. So you know, it's okay that you suddenly go like, oh, I don't have time for this, so I will extend the finish line, and that's fine. That's the cool part about Art Fight or any other project you might do personally. You are your boss. It's all in good fun in some cases. So yeah, it's perfect. Okay, let's see. Markiplier. I grew up with Markiplier. Of course I know Markiplier. I gotta go for food. Also, yes, I was still here. I just didn't want to say anything. Oh, it's okay, Goop. Go eat. Bon appetit. I said that I was hungry and I was gonna munch the apple, but I forgot. You guys are too cool. Hello, Goop, and then bye, Goop. Good looking tree trunk. Yeah, I know, right? But again, I have to shade from far away. I cannot shade from close up because then I do all these unnecessary details and I waste a lot of time. So, moving on. First off, apple. Now, I'm gonna copy and paste the original. Hang on. I'm not going to keep erasing this section. So now, I'm going to copy paste the base mask again. But you see how now I have the blue part, which is the clothes. I am going to control click the mask of the blue one, which should select all the parts of the layer, and then I move on to the red mask and hit delete. And now if I take away the blue, you see that the whole section of the blue is gone. Now whatever else I keep erasing of the red, it will stay on the red, and so on and so forth. So I have all these separate pieces that will not conflict with each other. And now I want the red section to be her skin, for example. Let's erase everything that is not her skin. And then the section we leave behind, which is the skin, will be the same we will erase on the next copy that we make. The next copy could be the second part of the cloth, or it could be Sugar here, the little puppy fox thing that's jumping on her. Considering that this creature is only like a single color, except for any highlights, then it should be its own fun separate color. Now that I think about it though, these lower parts should also be part of the blue section, so I'm going to select them. I'm gonna click the mask of the blue layer, and then I'm going to paint over them. Deselect, and there you go. And on the red, this part of the thigh, I'm going to select it like that. There you go, with a brush. And now, again, everything that isn't her skin, we erase it. Doesn't matter what it is. We do have to be careful and see if there are sections that share the same color. So her horns sort of share the color, so let's leave the horns too as part of the skin. And the other reason why I'm doing that is because I saw a video of antlers of people like petting elks and stuff, and the horns are not just very bony, they have like a layer of skin, almost like a carpet of skin on it. So in a way it kind of counts. So I'm keeping the horns as part of the skin. Because it kind of does resemble like antler horns rather than any bug or anything else. Someone said, oh, Hollow Knight, but no. This does not resemble a bug's mask head thing. Normally on Hollow Knight, everybody is using masks and bony masks. And they kind of look like if you turned mandibles upside down and they became horns. But it's not the case here. They look a lot more like antlers. So now we erase all this. Again, if you're kind of lazy and don't want to erase, you just select the area like that and hit delete. The only weakness of this is that underneath the lines, you will still have some pollution. Like if I select the red, you see that most of it is clean. But if I hit the blue, you will see all these outlines underneath the black. This is pollution that is solved if you erase by hand instead of selecting a section. But again, if you can live with that, then, you know, just do it. Now, this section of hair is very complicated, so I can just select the area, go to the red mask, and delete it. You know, get that out of it, get it over with. You see there's some blue on the mouth. I don't want the blue on the mouth, so we just erase that. That's a different color. And now we have skin isolated, cloth 1 isolated. We should, and in this case we should be naming these actually. Oh, sorry, she's here. Lol. Oh, hello, JJ. Welcome in. Happy to see ya, dude. The ghost. The ghost is here. Buen provecho. Master Do It on Yu-Gi-Oh! Free game is free. Have you played? Nope. Give me your code so we can play together. Gimme, gimme, gimme. No, I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! Man, what is going on with these streams? I just remembered I shouldn't be scared of goop anymore because of the power of glitter that was... Oh god, no. By the way, hi. Yeah. So sorry is here. 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿. What is that? I'm making a small new OC. Oh, perfect. She's a cutie patootie. Yeah, we're here for cutie patooties. I mean, look at me. I had to steal the power of glitter from Royal Devil someday, so we can stop this evil power of sparkles. We have like this giant sparkle lore, don't we? And it's technically my favorite emoji to use, the sparkles. God, now you've used my love for it against me. And dudes need to clean that chat with water. Sprinkles! Yeah, I need to clean all you silly little goobers. Have any idea how much water we waste cleaning up after the stream? Oh, by the way, check this out. It looks like part of the horns and part of this part of the cloth is the same color. We can definitely just keep it that way. Even if they're not the same texture, if it's the same color, then we can work with that. Now, I made a new one, a copy of the original mask, which is just full-on mask. And now we click on its mask, control click on the blue mask, and on the new gray one, delete. Then do the same thing, control click the red mask, which is the skin, delete that, we don't need that. And now we will have a new selection area, the green one, which will be this bit here. So anything that isn't the decor of the clothes, we can erase it. Is it a very roundabout way to shading? Yes, it is. But it allows you to shade cleanly and with all the comfort in the world. You don't have to worry about passing on the lines. You don't have to worry about anything. And it's really quick too. Compared to being careful and having to redo certain parts because they're all in one place, this is pretty quick and clean. At least that's how I shade. I feel more confident shading this way. Oh yeah, cool character. This isn't my character. All of these are from different people in Art-Fight, and I'm very excited to being able to draw them. I really like them. They really are cool characters. It's saving. Let's see. Let's see. God, this apple is really good. I don't usually eat apples, but I like pears more, the brown pears. Oh, I should drink water too. Delicious. Art-Fight, of course. Yeah. This is, can you attack people all the year or only once a year? Once a year. That's my dilemma. I could continue off the Art-Fight event, but I think it's only for that month of July, and it wouldn't be fair that you do something outside of Art-Fight and then post it as if it was part of Art-Fight, you know? This is why I have this dilemma of I don't want to draw outside of Art-Fight and claim that it was for Art-Fight. Maybe unless it's next year. Next year I can continue what I started now and post it then. Because I feel it's more fair that way. But then again, if nobody says anything on the rules of Art-Fight, then I will be totally content with finishing all of the pieces now, and then sending them next year finished. But again, only if they allow it on the rules. I will have to go check. But if not, then no. It's time to drink water. Yep. And time to take another bite. Let me see. God, that's delicious. Okay, so let's make this one orange. Second verse, same as the first. Control click the purple one, delete it in the orange. Go to orange, delete the selection you took. Control click the green mask, and on the orange mask, delete. Control click blue, delete on orange mask. Control click mask of red, delete it on the orange. You have efficiently isolated this character quickly and well done. Oh, there's this section I gotta delete. Have I seen Boy and the Heron? I have not, but it looks pretty cool. You know, Studio Ghibli. It was like, what's not to love about it? Okay, so now this character has a few colors. We're going to use... How many copies? How many colors are there? 1, 2, 3 colors. There's more colors, but we don't need to focus on those. We can do that post-production. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's copy the orange. No, let's copy the orange only once. And then on the new one, we will delete, let's say, the little paw areas. Let's change the color to maybe like a lighter orange. So we know it's orange, but it's not like the orange. So now we delete it on the little paws, as you see on the original art. And then this section, we're isolating, I think, the red. So if we're isolating the red, then anything that isn't red can go. That includes the paws. That includes this poofy part of the face. This includes the ears. Gotta be careful here because it's real close. The little twirl. I think it's a part of it. This whole ear is not part of the red. What else? I'd say that's it. No, the fur on the face. None of it is part of the red. Let me see. No. Hello, Goop. Well said, Broken Flag. It really is the future, isn't it? Wow. Oh man, you guys are rebels. You see, but you see, with the brush, I add selection to the mask, and with the C or any eraser, I can just take away from the mask. So now, efficiently, all the red has been selected. Everything that is red on the piece, at least. Copy, paste. Let's change this hue to maybe very, very dark. Control select what we already erased, which is the red section. Erase it on the mask, and there we have it. What have you got done? We are separating the parts we are going to shade. The skin is a different color than the hair, and the clothes are a different color than the decor of the clothes. So everything is separated so I can shade them on their own thing, and when I put the gradient map, they will have their own color. The same thing here. I'm separating the tones of color of the body. And now let's select only the dark parts. So let's erase this. The hair, the ears are fine, but the hair floof isn't a part of it. The inside of the ear isn't part of it either. What else? The eyes are fine. Let's select the old piece. No. This entire face section does not have that dark color in it, except maybe the nose, but the nose is just pure black. In any case, let's add it just for the sake of it. And the eyes too. Like, if it's similar enough, you know, like it doesn't matter if it's black, it's black, you know. I think we're done because the belly isn't part of it. Yeah, we're done. Because now the other one, we can actually make it almost a pale white. And select this section. We can select this section, delete it here. We can select this section, delete it here. And all that we're left is the bright sections. And now we can start shading the clothes. We take away the color overlay. Now we put like a base gray, and then we can begin doing the actual shading. And by the way, what are the 4 you think are going to be able to finish? It's this one, the one with Ella. I really want to finish this one. Wait, where is it? Why are they outside? Get in here. It's this one. It's this one. This one's a lot easier because I don't think I will make a background. This one will be pure white. As for the idea of very abstract, surreal, and strange, then it will have a white background. So I don't need to do that. I just shade the characters and I'm done. This one, which is them, the guy falling out the stairs with a skateboard and whatever. This one will need a background. And then there's this one. Remember the one of yesterday? I finished the monster. I'm very proud of it. I need to put him on the background. Hang on. I need to put him behind everybody else. The ship is on top of there. And then I exchanged Little Fish for this guy, which is someone that I guess I wanted to draw, but I had him in the background. Little Fish betrayed me, so I exchanged Little Fish for this guy. Where is he? It's not him. I forgot where I put him. No, that's the monster. Oh, here he is. It's this guy. Yeah. It was pretty easy to make and also very interesting. So I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Hey, who are you? Oh, you were for another piece, and you were for another piece too. Yeah, again, I need to make peace with the fact that I'm not gonna be able to finish it, but look at this. She's holding on. She's kind of hacking the ship. That's why they are vandalizing, taking it. The guy is turning around, shooting people, rootin' tootin'. And then there's this guy fighting along, and then the monster in the background tearing apart like a laser cannon that was aiming at him. And there you go. I was going to make also like a laser is hitting his hand, and he's just and he is covering himself. And yeah. Oh yeah, I was going to draw Caramel. She, well, I am going to draw her, but she will be on a different piece. She will be on the carnival one. I've decided that she would be really nice here in the carnival, where there's like a guy stealing something, and then there's like a public like, whoa, what's going on? And then there's like a character chilling in the rooftop here, and a guy also chilling in the rooftop. And a policewoman is like, hey, hold on, get back here. And so I can make Caramel here next to this character in the corner. So yeah. Cutie patootie ain't done though. Okay. So if you're doing 4 this art fight, I think there are 7. Then you will have 3 to do over the year. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. If I... Oh, and I also wanted to finish this one. Specifically, I wanted to finish this one, but the monster will be very complicated. But man, I'm a fan of this one. I wanted to finish it. Again, I had a lot of plans, but with the time constraint, we won't be able to finish them, sadly. And I know I can be very slow. I can be very methodical. So, knowing myself, I'm not going to be able to finish it on time. So, you know, moving on. I finish what I can, and then maybe next year I continue the other pieces, and I post them on Artfight. So, on the record, it can be stated, yes, I attacked on Artfight, and I finished the pieces. But not outside of Artfight. Like, I don't want to... I don't know. I just don't want to cheat that way. Oh, nice, the one with me. Yeah. Make her head Z-book or something. Z-book? Oh, make her read Z-book. Sorry, I got lost. Where? What? Which book? Caramel is in the carnival. Does she have a book to read? I gotta check. The other one was the monster, and this one, I don't know. Oh, she's a nerd. Got it. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, I'll think about it. You might have to set a video to post in exactly a year, so when you see it, it will remind you of them. Yes. Yes, exactly. No, and because I don't think about Artfight during the year that much at all, it will be easy to remember too. It's like, oh, let me look at the mental file of Artfight. Oh, I got a bunch of art that it's unfinished that I have to finish this Artfight. Cool. So I'll do that, you know? And you know, I can actually do this. I can actually, instead of making the Artfight in that sense, then I can just do it every year. It's like, oh, I'll continue next Artfight and I'll post it next year. You see, I can do that. But only if it's allowed. If it has to be, no, you start and you finish in that month, then I can't do that. Again, I'll figure it out. I don't mind any book. Okay. Do you know Baron Sanderson? No. He is the master of books, and I think he, compared to your beliefs, sorta, his amazing recommend his book in the channel of entertaining such a bunch of tips. I never heard of him. Maybe I'll check it out later. I don't know him. Let me check. Yeah, I don't know him either. By the way, you're gonna stream the Artfight thing over the year? cool books he got. Okay, let me see. Maybe I'll stream next year the same way I've been doing now for Art Fight, but it will be a lot less pieces. And by the time I make it to next year, I'll be a completely different person. Because I am a firm believer that as you grow, as you learn new things, your process changes. And I don't know what's going to happen next year, you know? I don't know the sort of person I will become next year. I might be more professional. I might be less professional. I don't know. You know, I might have a channel. I might not. So it really depends. I'm very much on the now basis. Right now, I do have the idea that I want to stream the Art Fight next year the same way as I'm doing it now. But who knows? Who knows if I will? But I do want to. I really do. If, you know, if circumstances allow it, I will. I will try. Or maybe I'll have a new idea. I can't make any promises of what I will do and what I won't do. Because sometimes the things that will benefit me in the future are not beneficial to me now. Or vice versa. The things that are beneficial for me now are not in the future. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see if I can do it. I'll leave that to future 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿. Whatever he chooses to do. For now, I would like to stream the Art Fight the same way I have right now. Alright, I'll check the cutie patootie. Cutie patootie patootie. Aw. Look at that. Look at that little people. Little person. Baron Sanderson is your new addiction. Obey him, please. Oh man, so far my current addiction is drawing. And I don't want that to change. Not only drawing, but again, I have so many plans. I have so many plans. All because of the things I've been learning how to do. Again, in Ochi 2D, I can make my 2D model. That sounds fun. I want to do that. I'm obsessed with that idea. Then there's Blender. I've been learning Blender. There's ideas I want to do in Blender that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise and alone. That is fantastic. There's so much to do, man. I don't think I need an obsession that is different from that. Also networking. I've been talking to a lot of cool people. It's like, yeah, let's maybe do some projects in the future. Maybe I can help you do some projects in the future. I don't know. I'm getting a leg cramp. It hurts. Ow. 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 And the other foot is also in an uncomfortable position, but I can't move because if I move, the foot will feel it. And ow. 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 At least I don't feel anything on my hand, so I can just keep drawing through the pain. And reading, so let's see. I would text you in a year. You might not want to do it then, so I probably won't unless I forget. The addiction to drawing came pre-installed for me. Yeah, I know, right? Ever since I was in 3rd grade, I wanted to make comics. And I did a few really crappy startup drawings. I was so stupid. I did panels for a whole page instead of, you know, making the panels divided in the page. And I read comics. I don't know where that idea came from, that I had to make the whole page a panel. So every time you pass the page, it will be a new panel. Stupid. Ridiculous. Even if the drawing was a single drawing, I still keep the art because, you know, it's my history. And I respect my own history. Like, oh yeah, it's my humble beginnings. But honestly, if it wasn't for that sentiment, I would have thrown those away a long time ago. I can't even read them. They're so cringe. But, you know, it's part of it. It's part of your history. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿, that literally looks 3D. What looks 3D? You're so good at this program, I already forgot graphic art. It does look 3D. Oh, the clothes. Oh yeah, this is why I like this brush. The transparent watercolor is default. You don't have to like pre-install it. But yeah, you allow the parts that bleed to bleed, and the parts that should be strongly shaded. it's a game on this that you end up making a good shading for the characters. But also you got to be careful that the texture of the shading does not make you feel that this cloth is made out of rubber or something. It's made out of cloth, so you gotta make the shading reflect that through the texture. It's why I think shading is so fun, but also very important that you master. It allows you to just focus on that. I will not show anyone my old art. They would ask, I would show them my good art, old art. Yeah, I understand that perfectly. There's art I do not want to show ever to anyone. Maybe if I get married, I'll be like, hey honey, I got a terrible secret. I used to draw the what is it? Christopher Hart? The Chris Hart how to draw anime? I used to draw Chris Hart. It was horrible. How to draw manga books. They were so like the only time I actually got better at art was when I bought one that seriously spoke about anatomy and about angles and about all these things. I gifted that book to my cousin and she got instantly better too. It's like, you know, let's not play around, dude. Let's like give me something more substantial, and Chris Hart did not. I even felt that it was like a cheap how to draw manga thing, but it was the only thing I could afford at the time. You know, humble beginnings and all that, but it just no. Like I love the hustle, my friend, but you could have made better tutorials for me when I was a kid. Okay, so I think we're good here. Now we can definitely add a bit of more texture with a brush. You don't have to, but I like to grab a brush that is textured like this one and make a new layer and clip that so it doesn't get out of the lines, right? And so look at this shading that she has here. Look at that grunge, that shaded grunge. So we can grab a brush and start adding some grunge or some stains, because this character looks like they go out into the world, and make some random stains that are not so distinctive that they are I don't know what the word would be. You know, it's like suggesting things. You can even add and erase the texture. This looks too military, so let's make some scratching. Like sometimes alone the textures won't work, so let's just do a little bit of this, a little bit of scratch, that it doesn't look like it's obviously a brush. Let's just add some dirtiness to it with this texture. I don't know if I downloaded this brush, but brushes really experimenting with brushes really can help find your methods in how do you work digitally. And it looks a little tough now. It looks a little tough, but we are meant to lower the opacity, you'll see. Because the idea is just to add some dirt to it, right? I gotta go, might be back later. Okay, Goop, no worries. I love it when you pass by, you know? Wait, so let's grab lighter dark, so we don't have to go back into it. I think this is fine. Let's grab some black for this section. And you know, you can play with gray, you can play with black, but you definitely want some white in there too. Not so much that it's gone. Again, the scratches are fine. Shading where there has to be, and you know, we can play with this for a while. when you feel more or less satisfied, you can just lower the opacity. And there you go. It doesn't, again, it doesn't need to be perfect, doesn't need to be super clean, but it does add, let me take it off. Yeah, see, this is too smooth. This is smooth, and it's not the right texture for the right cloth, but when we add a little bit of grunge, now it looks more like a potato sack, doesn't it? There you go. And here we can just make it all dark. And on the original layer, let's also make it more shaded. There's no light there. I'm gonna take another bite of the apple. Gotta go now. Love you. Take care. God bless you. Take care. Take care. It's been a while. Miss you, Broken Flag. Thank you for coming. We know each other from school. That's the cool part. So I really appreciate Broken Flag. So now for the hair, I'm just gonna follow the curve, a bunch of lines. They don't have to be specific. In fact, again, the whole idea, shade from far away. Just make a bunch of lines like this, but contort to a sphere. Let me illustrate it again. Like, we've done this before. Oh, right, this thing has a mask. You got a sphere, you're looking at it from the front, and then it curves the farther away it gets from the center. Like, you guys know this. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys are dudes. You guys know what I'm doing. But yeah, everything contorts this way. The farther away they get from the center, it bends around. But in this case, because everything is vertical, it curves, comforting to it. In a funny way, you sometimes don't need to show that there's something. The curve can tell you if something is in there, you know, invisible something. Like, it's obvious by the curve. And so we're going to do this. Hello, Soka. Welcome in. Happy to see ya, man. Hope everything's good. Grab a snack. Take a seat. We're just hanging out. We're starting to shade. Actually, maybe I can shade with this texture. Texture lines are really good. Eventually, you will like to use stronger... Like, first, I'm using like a shade brush. A very faint shade brush, the watercolor one. But eventually, you will like to make more detailed strands of hair. But that's for later. Right now, we're only making the flow of the hair. And blocking out where it cuts off. Like, this is the bottom. There's no light entering here. So now we can make the brush thinner. And we can start making more official, stronger lines. To identify the borders. And where it actually bends and buckles. We can close up a little bit with here. We can make a little bit more lines. They don't need to be perfect. Blah, blah, blah. We just need the flow of it. On top of the soft flow we already have, let's put another flow on there. Contort it to the topology of the hair. Curve, curve, curve. Center, center, center. Curve, 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 curve. This one's obvious. Curve, curve, curve. Oh, autosave. Let's wait a bit. I am building dirt. That's so much dirt. You're building dirt in Minecraft?
A dirt house, you say?
I mean, I think it's a house, right? I mean, I did leave a building unfinished. I was gonna start something, but then 𝐼𝐈 came. So don't worry. There's like the thing I have abandoned in a corner there somewhere. But I will be back in the server. I do need a lot of dirt though. That's why I make the cobblestone generator, because I need a lot of it, and I don't want to completely destroy the atmosphere. Also, I really don't care for shoveling all that dirt that I need. So I'm just going to cobblestone generate it. No, that's place for a house though. Oh, interesting. But yeah, I do need a lot of dirt, but I really don't care to shovel it all. I mean, I have more than 10k dirt, so you can take mine. Oh, perfect. Just you've been to where I am, right? There's like a boat in the middle of water, or if there's like a community chest, I don't know. Give me a map so I can go get it, or pass it on to me to where I am, which is that thing floating in the middle of nowhere. Someone took a picture of it. Like, is this 𝐿𝐧𝐠? And I'm like, yeah, that's me. I kind of have that abandoned thing. I don't need 10k, but you know, who knows? I could definitely build a lot with 10k dirt. That sounds really good. Oh, is there a connection problem? I have a notification on... Oh no. What is this? Are we on? Open studio, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing audio. Hello. Okay. Oh, by the way, welcome in. Welcome in, T. Awesome. Yeah, it's just that suddenly I got a OBS message that says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain its fluent transmission. Therefore, the spectators will experiment buffering deficiencies. So I'm kind of here like, oh boy, well, what does that mean? It's all in Spanish too. I want to change the OBS thing onto English, but when I put it to English, it's still, I think it's on YouTube that I have to do it. I don't know, like my Google account or something. Anyways. Thanks, good to be back. Good to have you back, man. Oh yeah, so we're shading today. We're doing this and we're doing that. Of course, we're not done with the stump. It's just it's just a base color through the shading on the gradient map. So now we're just doing all these characters. And it's been 2 hours and 10 minutes. So I think we could get to a lot of this piece and get through it and then start making the background later on. Oh wait, I need this dirt. Okay, never mind then. If you need the dirt, don't give it then. the thing is that I use the dirt because it's easy to take off, like a scaffolding, you know. And I don't need scaffolding. It's just it's better to work with dirt for that scaffolding that I need, because the final result works really well with dirt. So basically, I just need dirt. But you know, if you need it, then you don't have to give it. Ah, no, I don't want to erase this. Then what's this? Something is overstating its welcome. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this. And then the green part is not completely covering what it has to. There we go. Oh, and this line is not connecting, so let's make it connect. And now we are on hair. No, I need dirt. I mean, I could have a single grass block, but it's not really necessary. If I have a grass block, it's for aesthetic, to be honest. But I can take anything. Normal dirt really works for what I'm doing. Oop, wrong brush. Water, transparent watercolor. Yeah, that works for the base. Then go zoom in, make more definitive lines. They can be semi-random, but they have to conform to the topology, roundness, and the flow of the hair. Like if I were to make a horizontal line, it should bend like this. You see? That is if I did make it horizontal, you see? But no, there's no need. Only vertical. Now let's go for the top side of the hair. Same thing though. Make the brush a little big. Get the general flow of the hair. Where there's a limit, we can solidify that later. But we gotta get that definitive flow. There's a limit here, so let's make it official and start the bending from here. You know, the hair ends, the hair starts there. Let's make sure it combines really well. Tap, 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 curve, 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 curve. See how it's starting to look like hair already? It doesn't matter if there's some dark parts or some shiny parts. Just make sure that you keep it all on the same direction. The directionality of the hair shade is very important for the effect to work. Same thing here. You can have larger strands of nothing. You see, something like that, and you can have variations. If you grab some white, you can even now start to do this. So it's not just a straight line dividing everything. I mostly did it because there is an outline that leads to this, but you can definitely just vary it like that. You know, block out the shapes. Make the official shapes. I went off the tab for like 5 minutes. I see so much progress. Since when did the cape look like that? That hair looks so good. By the way, 𝐿𝐴 I made ducky animation. A ducky animation? Cool! Oh, yeah, I'm showing you guys how I'm doing this. If you go back, you will see how this ended up, like how it looks. You know, I can't really repeat it. We're in a time crunch. So I'm just going to continue. Yeah, you can just check it out on the VODs. I'm showing you guys how I shade normally, and shading is not that complicated. It's actually very therapeutic for me. If you make a mistake like this, you see how this line crosses this one, it doesn't follow the flow. Instead of erasing it, add some white, you know, because we're going to start to use white eventually, but don't use too much. I mean, you can erase, it doesn't matter. But later on we're going to use white, so you know, get used to the exchange of white and black. me just take another bite. See the play of black and white? It ends more or less here because she has the top side of the hair. You can keep that highlight on and start blotching out this general top side of the hair. Let's see the reference. Okay, it's not that visible because her hair is dark, so we don't really need to be so pedantic about it. Let's just block it out then with just a bunch of black and start working from here. You can even rotate the canvas for more ease. Don't be afraid to do that. You have a lot more, it's a lot simpler for how the hands are made, that you can curve like this a lot easier than the other thing around. If you try to make a curve and you don't rotate the canvas, it's gonna take a longer time. Also, I don't do this, you know, with a single thing like that, because I have pen pressure. So when I'm done, it does like a little bleed. But if I do this, you see that? You're going to notice these spike protrusions. These are not good. You want the line to finish like this, very soft, so it blends in with another strand and another strand and another strand and another strand and another strand. You see how much more natural it is than doing this? Because you'll have a bunch of these circles that are similar to these blotches here. It's not good. It's not good at all. It's better to do like a separate flowy strands. Oh, for the first ones, use a really wide brush, like the one that I'm using. It's very vague, but eventually we will work on smaller and smaller brushes until the hair becomes manifest. I suggest also that if you're going backwards, the hair goes on top of each other like this. Like, eventually make sure that some of the hair go over. Tap 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 tap. Kind of scratching the hair. Let's take another bite. This one's a bit tricky because we have two flows. We have one that goes on this direction and we have this one that goes on this direction. So now how does it all mash up at the top here? One of them has to be on top. So I'm going to move far away to see the flow, and then I'm going to make the brush a little bit bigger. Then because it's black, I'm going to use that to make the the new outline. This one's going to be on top of this one, and these ones are going to follow through. Then I'm going to make the border with this black. And then I'm going to make the wider suggested lines. Same thing here, a little bit of white. A little bit of everything. And this limit, we can start using black and wholesale, like combine it with the rest of the hair, and there you go. And of course, we're starting to get, we're gonna keep combining it until it's wide here again. Ow, my ears. And the ducky killed me. Is that how you played the long con, didn't you? Dudes, the ducky killed me. Made an animation and the ducky killed me. Yeah, I saw it. Ow. I don't know if it's my audio settings, but it destroyed my ears. Well, yeah, you were going to kill me anyways, right? The ducky had a knife. Could you? Oh, could you, man? Man, it looked cool. Well done. Well done. Man, speaking of, last Saturday I mentioned that I was playing Goose Goose Duck. And it was pretty much like that. It was just chaos. Fantastic chaos. Okay, so now we're gonna make a borderline. Okay, let's... No, we gotta finish the hair before doing those details. Patience, Deucets, patience. I was about to do something that normally it should be done after. No, details. Goose Goose Duck is great. It's so much fun. We're playing it on a server that I'm in. Oh, look at this. Made a mistake. We gotta erase these, whatever these are. These are... What? No way. Is it that I didn't select the area with it? This wasn't part of the hair. Okay. Oh, and there's some yellow in there. I gotta take that out. That yellow section. Gotta delete it. Then there's this bit. There's maybe this bit. Okay. Now we can for sure continue the hair here. Okay. My classmates made me download it at the start of the year. Now it's the end. Haven't touched it since then. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's understandable. It's not for everyone. It's kind of in a way like a more comedic Among Us. In a way, that's why I like it. The roles it has are very creative, and not necessarily it's crew versus imposter all the time. Sometimes it's imposters and crew against the neutral roles. Like I got Pelican at one point, and Pelican is a role that you can eat everyone for as many as you like from the lobby, and you win by eating the most amount of people, I guess. And yeah, it was just so much fun. Back, bye. Oh, you gotta go, JJ. Take care then. Have fun. Rest well. Hydrate. Oh, good night, good noon, good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Levi. Okay, so now that we have the general flow of it, we're going to make highlights. We're going to do two things. We're gonna do highlights like this. You know, we're gonna grab some white at the same size, and we're going to add it to some of the blotchiness of it. Oh, autosave. Let's wait for a second.
Meow, 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 meow. Waiting to save Clip Studio Paint. Please go faster, computer Clip Studio. Save the work much faster.
Ooh, Dutch pancakes. Never tried them. They're way different than you know them. They're usually sweet and savory. Oh, interesting. Yeah, again, I need to travel to figure out the actual taste of these things. I can only imagine. And sadly, I am no chef. I just really want pancakes right now. I normally eat pancakes with a slice of Velveeta cheese in the middle, kind of like a sandwich with the syrup. It's so good. It adds that tinge of salt, that tinge of savor. I don't know, I just really like it. Okay, back. I finished the apple. I was like, nah, let's just finish it. Okay, so we're gonna do two things. We're gonna grab the same size that we did before with black, but now we're gonna block out the highlights like this, you know, to make sure that they're on top of the black, so it looks like, yeah, this is the shine of the strands of hair. But we're also going to make the brush pretty big, and we're going to do this very softly. We're going to make the dark areas darker like this, and I'm doing this first on this section only because there will be no retroactive way to do it. I'm going to do this side, because when I do the highlights on this side, I'm not going to be able to do the dark side of the other side. So I'm going to do the very dark side of this area. Even the light side, I'm going to grab some white. Convert it to the... It almost feels like a low resolution hair, which is kind of the point. We will make it higher resolution the more detail we add later. But yeah. The lines that look too straight, we kind of blotch them out too, and they combine together and we make hair. And we haven't even gone into the thinner lines yet. We're only adding the highlights of the hair, and then we will add back the black, but with a lot of more thinner granular line. We're doing that with white now. You can make the brush smaller, thicker. In here, I'm gonna make it very thick. I mean thin. I'm almost gonna start making the individual strands of that side of the hair. And on this side, I'm gonna do the same thing I did on top here. Make the black bigger and start shading softly this side because it's being occlused, and there will be something on top of it, which is this first part of the, you know, of the curl. I'm gonna block this out from the get-go. And now with the white, I will start to make the highlights that make it 3D on top of the... And if it connects, you can defy the dark. Or you can make the outline of the thing that's holding her hair in a tight bun. Let me erase this line. This line is affecting me too much for this part of the hair. And let's erase this. And let's make the hair. Let's expand the hair to also grab this selection. There's things on top of it. Let's erase those. This is what happens if your mask is not perfectly clean. If you want to edit anything, you have to delete it from other masks. And it takes a while. So, let's make this a little bit more... a little bit bigger. Because it gotta contort around the horn, you know? So now we use the light to make a new outline that conforms around the horn. And you make the brush a little bigger for the highlights. We add some black where the light don't shine, literally. Then it kind of opens up here. We can put this full black and this. There shouldn't be any light back here, so let's block it out a little. Now we add some white in the middle, and only in the middle. Now don't follow through all the way to the edges, because the edges, well, you know, we'll do something soon. But make the highlights in the middle of the hair. But you see why we did the dark side here first? Because then when we put the white on top, it's a lot easier to work with. And here it will be the same thing. Now we can add the white unapologetically this way. On top of what once was this dark thing. And now I don't have to retroactively add the dark. From here, it's just playing with your instincts. Okay. Now the light highlights on the buns here. Again, let's flip that canvas, get comfortable. Make this easy for ourselves. In this case, light will be coming from here because there is no... And even then, there will be very little. So let's not go overboard with the white. In this case, the white is more like adding to the flow than highlighting light sources. Because it's behind her where there's no light shining. It's no problem if you make it light, but don't make it too light, you know? And from here, you can just have fun with black and white, black and white, black and white. But mostly in the middle. Again, mostly in the middle. We'll do something in the edges after we're done here. Okay, so we're done. Now what I do is that I do the same thing I did here with the black, but now I do it more extensively. Softly and gently shade the parts where it should be darker in the corners or behind the strands of hair. Don't do it so much that some parts become gray, but make definitive areas that are darker than others. Like here. And on this border. And on this backside. And on the tips. Kind of starts looking, huh? It starts coming together. After you're done with this part, it really does come together. Man, watching stuff like this is always like watching magic to me. My unrealistic bud could never. That's the magic of this, Nix. You can do that too. You too can become crazy. Only for $10.99. But yeah, it's a process. It's a process. I mean, sadly, you came at the moment where it becomes magic and not when it starts, because a lot of people think they can't do a thing when they want to do a thing, because sometimes it's because they don't want to, and it's like, okay, you don't want to do it, fine. But if you say you want to and you actually do, then yeah, there is a way you can do it, even you that think you can't do it. The thing is that you came at the part where I didn't explain it from the start, so it does look like it came out of nowhere, does it? But you got this, Nix. Crazy? I was crazy once. The rats. The walls. I didn't actually see that. I thought that I only heard the meme, but I kept hearing it, like, but I haven't seen what that is from. What is it from? Is it from a musical? Kinda lost. Kinda lost on that. Oh, actually, perfect. Let me just erase all of this. I can show you the miniature on how I did it, even if it's like a fast-paced version. Hang on, let me erase the lines for this. This one's too weird and spiky. Then I go to the base. I also delete this because I don't need this extra. Okay. So I grab this brush, which is a transparent watercolor. It's default. It can be strong. It can be a strong line. Oh. It can be a strong line like this, or it can also bleed if I, pen pressure stuff. So with those powers combined, I can make some nice shadows. I gotta just make it convincing that the texture is the material. It's not the same thing to shade hair as it is to shade this cloth, which I already showed in before how I did it. But if we're going to do hair, I rotate the canvas to like a position because my hand goes like this. So I start with a medium-ish brush and I just get the flow of it. Flow. This is the flow. I make sure that all the lines are kind of converging more or less in the same place. They don't have to be perfect, but they can't be like this. I can't just... None of that. You gotta think of it in a 3D plane. Kind of like the example I put here. It has to come to contort to the shape. And in this case, the shape is kind of like a curve. So let's just curve the lines similar to each other. They don't need to be perfect, but they can't be too different from each other. Now that you're done, you can get more granular. You can make the brush smaller and do like a few more lines. You don't need to do all of them. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. We're done. Moving on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, whatever. Then grab white. Go onto the original size you were before, more or less, and then start making the same thing, but with white. These will be your highlights. don't go all the way to the finished ones like here or the tip over there. Don't do that. Just stay in the middle. Stay more or less in the middle of everything. And if you need to put more black, then do it. That way it defines more the, you know, it redefines the contour of it. You can just go crazy, then back to white. Too bright, back to black. There you go. When you're tired of it, then you can just leave it like that. Then here, white. Pap, 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 pap. Okay. And now, the piece de resistance. You make the brush a little bit big and softly, gently make it dark at the tips, at the top and at the bottom. And where the light don't shine, which is in this area. And the same thing here, at the bottom, at the tip, and where the light doesn't shine. And make sure you leave those areas bright. And if it's too dark, just grab some white and define the shadows. You see, oh, that was a nice one. That was a nice, like it made like a tip, like a spike there. That was nice. Like it, some highlights defy the dark area. So play with that, and when you look at it from far away, there you go. And that goes for everything. See, from close by it looks like garbage, but from far away it's convincing, sort of, more or less. But if you notice the reference, the hair is kind of dark, so eventually we will need to block out all this white with black. And that is fine, to be honest. I think I colored in the wrong layer. Let's see. Yeah, I colored in the wrong layer. Lol. But hang on. Is this a vector layer? Oh, it's saving. We gotta wait. Because if it is a vector layer, I can just copy and paste it and merge it. I don't have to do it all over again. So it's fine. If it was a raster layer, which is more pixels and less vector graphics, then I won't be able to do that. If I merge it, it just makes it into a raster layer. And a raster layer does not play well with vector layers. I can't do a lot of tricks with a raster layer. Vector layers let me bend the laws of reality. Whoa! Wow, it's already 3... No. Oh yeah, the time is 3:15, but I've been streaming for 2 hours and 43. We're good. We're at a good time and pace. Not bad for a giant stump in a character. Maybe I'll be able to shade one more character, and that will be done for the day. Because on Tuesdays I'm very busy on the afternoon. So sorry if I miss your stream, Nix, and Paprika stream, which she has a community event going all week. I don't want to miss it, but I have to today. Every Tuesday I'm very busy. Oh man, water good. Water very good. Come on, Clip Studio. Don't keep the people waiting. Oh, lol, I don't stream on Tuesdays anyway. Oh, okay, good. Then I will only just... I'm just chilling while I'm a little sick in bed. Oh no, what happened? That you got like a cold or the sniffles? I hope it's not too serious. Man, that's upsetting. I really hope you're okay. And hopefully, all Silly Me can bring a little bit of fun. In a funny way, I'm learning from you guys a lot. Try and see if I can be a little bit more entertaining. So yeah, anything that comes by that, you know, that's fun, I hope it works. Erase here, erase there. This is what happens when your masks aren't clean and you have to erase a line and there's still mask colors underneath. And you grab the red and you erase here. There is nothing, so you go back and you add a little bit of color there. I don't know, but I woke up with a swollen lymph node on my jaw. Oh. And a sore throat. So potentially ear throat infection out of nowhere. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. But you gotta go to the hospital to at least a checkup. Yeah. Because, you know, if it is, I really hope that unless you have this all the time and you already have medication for it. Like, I've never had this before. So, like, it sounds really serious. Especially when it's like ear stuff, which controls your balance and whatever. Very scary. Yeah, same here. Oops, I don't want to erase. Be careful. 2 sets, do not erase. Erase, but don't erase. Race on the great race of life. Nyah. No, too granular. I gotta zoom out. You see, this is something that I have to constantly remind myself. Don't zoom in. If I zoom in, I get too focused on the details, and I just waste so much time. I'm gonna redo this flow a little bit to clean it up. There's too many random lines going around, not enough clean ones. So we're going back. We're blotching out the shading. We already have enough granular lines as it is, so we can just do this. These lines can be a little distracting, so let's block them out a bit. Let's zoom out more. And now that we got this, we can probably grab the feather brush to make it as dark as the character itself. So let's darken it out, not too much, softly and gently. Because there's still light in this room. Like, we don't want to completely butcher out of color. But we want to make it dark enough that some parts are very dark. Except for where the light is coming from. There we go. I think that is enough. Now you see? What do you guys think? And the best part is that now you guys know how to do it. I used to get tonsils like twice a year when I was younger, so really hoping that it's not that. Usually if I catch some infections early, I can hydrate and sleep through it though, developing... Okay. So hoping that's the case this time too. Same here. Same here. Let's hope for it. Hello, Lum! Welcome! Spider Goddess of all that is fluffy and cool. How are ya? Happy to have you here. Wow, there's a lot of people. I'm happy, I'm happy. They just grab a snack, relax. We're having a nice old time. Through trials and tribulations, we're having a blast. If people that just came along have no idea what I'm doing, this is the context of what I'm doing. It's a little cottage. And it's going to be like this elephant lady plushie. And she's going to take care of these children that need her help. Around inside her cottage, there's a little stump, there's tea, there's cookies, there's fluffy animals. So trauma build kids like this girl and this girl and this girl that looks sad. I don't know about her world, but yeah, I want the background to be kind of warm and similar to something like this with a hearth. But again, I'm still working on it. Right now, we're on the shading stage. I realized that I was a little bit ambitious and with a little bit more responsibilities than last year. So I'm not going to be able to finish as many as I want to. So I'm going to finish only like 4. This is one of them. And then I'm going to post and continue the other ones next year for the next art fight. I'm not gonna do them during the year because that will be kind of against the spirit of art fight. You know, the idea is that inside of the month you do the art and then you post it. So yeah, I might not be able to completely finish it. Okay, so now I'm using the feather brush, and I said before that I normally use the other one, the watercolor one. But in here, I'm using the feather brush, and it's not good for everything, as I said before. It's not really good for everything, but the skin is soft. And this is makeup territory. The skin is a lot softer than cloth, and it's a lot less textured than hair. So we can get away with using the feather brush for some areas if the light in the area is dispersed enough and diffuminated. And turns out a little cottage with candlelight, it really is soft light. So we can get away with using the feather brush this time. Not for everything, but we gotta use it sparingly and selectively. Right now I'm making the pit in her eyes a lot deeper and not show like a sharp contrast everywhere together. You see where the nose should be, and this bridge is sharp, but where it fades away it's a little bit darker, so we don't know exactly when it starts and where it ends. That gives a little bit more mystique. But the skin itself, we can start doing like cheek contrast and put a little where the nose should be, we put a little stain, and then we cover it up with a little bit of white, and we got a little bump that connects these two bridges so we can make it a little sharper. So now there's a little bit of topography going around. I mean topology, not topography. A little bit of topology happening where we know where the surfaces are, we know where the bending is of the face. Although we got to be careful because she does have blushes. But I say we add those when we add the color, because this is the base color, and when we add the top color, then we can start adding more makeup stuff like blushing, skin stains like birthmarks and scars and stuff. We can add those later on the color. We're adding the base color with the shading. But you know, the feather brush is really easy to make 3D area sections. Just blotch out where the shadows are, blotch out where the lights are, more or less, mark them really harshly, and everything in between you just kind of diffuminate it, which is great and convenient, but again, not good for everything. Not every surface is soft and cuddly like it looks when it's shaded like this. And some people shade everything with this, and it's just, it looks you know, like, again, clothes don't normally are fluffy shaded like that. You know, they're more shaded like this. They got a lot more grungier, harder textures. Again, use it sparingly where it is that you need it to be. Wherever the light hits, that's where the lights are, and everything else can be blotted out, and it reveals just how soft the surface is. If it's skin, if it's clothes. And I am doing the same thing with the antlers, because I explained before that I saw a video where like a deer got close to a person and the antlers looked like they had like a skin on top of it, so it kind of feels that they are sort of covered, and it's weird. Now the stains of this girl are seemingly darker and grungy, so let's make a darker base. Let's grab the same grunge brush that we had before, make it big, but just so we don't ruin the shading it already has, let's make a new layer and clip it to the one below, so then we can add the strange stain texture, and we don't have to dirty it up from the base. It keeps going down, it keeps going down, it stops here, and then we can like more or less, you know, erase it, keep going, erase it, keep going, you know. Up to your discretion. It's all up to you now. It's all up to us to figure it out alive alone. With the uncertainty of the cosmos, we will be right and successful. You will see that we will survive. Oh yeah. Now if it's too stained that the underline shading is gone, you can set it to multiply. so we get the under section, but also the top texture. So we shouldn't get carried away on either direction. Just balance it out, find your groove. Yeah, we got it. And like that, there she is. There is a little bit of a thing here. Let's not make it pure white, but let's definitely give it like something is in there. We're gonna use this brush. I don't want to make her too sad, because in the original she doesn't look so sad, but yeah, it's like a balance. And now we can grab a feather brush, make like a bright part inside, and then make it shine a little on the side, and there you go. It's a little bit bright, a little bit nice. Let's see. What are you doing? Fluffy animals is very good and essential detail. Is yellow? What is yellow? Well, the skin seems to be yellow, yeah, like a... So, now that we... Oh, wait. There's one thing left, and it's this part, which is that part of the cloth. So let's actually finish that, and then we can move on to actual colors, which she doesn't have that much. And I think this section is just texture, so let's not take too long on this part. You can blotch this out in dark, this part in gray or white. Tap 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 tap. The same thing here. Okay, we're done. And now we will grab this. Maybe we can even put it on a group, which is this whole cloth, and we're gonna get it somewhere within these colors. Oh, there's a pattern. She has a pattern at the bottom. Okay, never mind. Let's actually... Okay, I think we can use this brush and do it backwards. Make it a little softer so we can actually draw here. Kind of backfired. So now let's grab the solid. Let's see the pattern. It's like a backwards G. Like that. Their wish is my command. Every detail accounted for. Bending across the cloth. I'm keeping the topology of the cloth in mind, bending as it bends, and now it's saving automatically again. Yeah, we'll have to wait. In the meantime, I got peanuts. Delicious. I gotta go buy cashews. I love a bag of cashews, man. Just cashews. Oh yeah, that's good.
It hits a little spot in my heart.
In the meantime, I should get more water. I'll be right back.
I'm a little thirsty, man. I'm a little thirsty, man. I need some water. Hydration is important. I require it to live. It's raining outside. I require water. You require water. We require things to hydrate all the time. Water of the world will keep us alive. Woo!
Okay.
I have returned.
Make sure to hydrate, children. Let's move on.
Let us move on from the things that scare us in the night.
Alright, and I think we're finished with this one. There we go. So now, we made it into a group. Should be all of this cloth. Should be this color. So let's go to layer, new correction layer, gradient map. And with the gradient map selected, let's for now pick whatever color, it doesn't matter for now. And let's clip it to the group, and there you have it. We have the base color that we can alter to our heart's content, and we gotta imitate this. Oh, pardon. We gotta imitate that color scheme. So let's move on to maybe where can we start? That's a very peculiar green, so it's not like I can just grab whatever green, yellow I want. Let's start with this and let's slowly get there. That darker color, it's like a green yellow, but pale and gray, so maybe like around, yes, around this territory. Let's put in the darker color. Do I make it more green or more yellow? I think more yellow. I think that's it. And now the middle part, let me take that one away. I just want maybe around there. Gray, darker, yellower, darker. Maybe there. And the highlights, let me take away the brightest light. Move on that to the opposite side. Let's go to yellow. Let's go to very okay, but maybe lighter, grayish but lighter, maybe a little bit more green. And there it is. Similar. Now I gotta move it around. Maybe I can add an extra light if I move that aside and I put in a new color, similar but a lot brighter, just to balance things out. There we go. Then we move that, no, we move that to the front a little, so it's at like a higher contrast. I think we got it. What if I move the dark side a little bit more to the slider? Okay, I like that. I like the high contrast, but from far away I can see my OBS. It looks too much. I think that's fine. Yeah, maybe like that. And then I hit OK, and there we go. Now for the skin, we can well, let's make this again group layer. Make sure that all the skin is there. Okay. Copy and paste the gradient map that we already did. I don't have the right cables to connect my second monitor. Oh, you mean, well, the ones that you would need, I suspect, is an HDMI cable, which is what I have. I have an HDMI, and of course the power, the power cord of the thing. Those are the only two things you would need. I do have a port that holds multiple HDMI cables because it also, my tablet, the XP Pen tablet that I have, has a screen, and it also uses HDMI, not only for the inputs but also for the whole screen thing. I don't use the screen, but you know, it still needs an HDMI, so I connect everything through that multi-plug. But you know, I think you only just need the HDMI. But they do cost a lot. They cost so much money, dude. It's annoying how much money they cost. Okay, this is way too bright. Let's okay, the darkest color cannot be this, so let's take it off. Now the darkest color, let's say this color looks orangey, but very pale, like extremely pale, more yellow, TBH. We go up, no, more yellow, darker, grayer, but not too much. I think it's around this section. No, but that will be the brightest color. Let's move it here. And now the darker color would be similar. Maybe under the, with a tinge more orange, tinge more hue. There we go. And now for the brighter ones, let's take away all of this and make a brighter, more yellow hue, and one that's the brightest, just in case we can have a little bit more highlight, but not too much. Like, there's a little bit of warmth there, but I think it's too out of, you know, it looks like a stain. It looks like a stain. I don't like that. So let's make it more, let's make it a little bit more grayer so it looks more natural to her skin color. Let's make the natural skin color add a little bit more hue. It's a little bit warmer, yeah, so let's eliminate this middle one. I think this works. Perhaps. I don't have the right cable. I have 3 HDMI cables, but my card only has 1 HDMI output. Second is the weird square HDMI. Oh, so you have multiple styles of cable. That's... How old is it? Or do they come like that? Like there are multiple HDMI cables for different brands. That would be ridiculous. Unless we're talking Apple, because of course Apple does that. But I don't know anything about that, sadly. I want to play games while watching you draw. Yeah, do it. No problem. The only people that should be paying attention, if any, are the people that actually want to, I don't know, draw something alongside of me, which you don't have to. So it's fine, you know? Is new display ports. New display ports, really? So I gotta watch out for that. And we're talking Windows, right? We're talking... Oh man, I hope not. Okay, so I'm noticing that the antlers are scratchy. Literally sideways scratchy. So it almost feels like roadkill. So let's actually add some of that texture. Maybe it's damage, or maybe it's just, I don't know. But it's the top side that is like scratched like this. We can add some contrary lines like that, like Like she's been using them for something. Oh, and again, don't forget to bend the line according to the object. Don't start doing this. That makes it flat. You know, if you're going to do something, do it according to the grid. And in a weird grid like this, it will be something very, you know. In this case, it turns from vertical to horizontal and horizontal to vertical. This is a very weird topology, but it's what you do when you want to actually learn stuff like this. Only on the surface does it look a little bit more straight, and even then it curves on the top here, and it adds three-dimensionality. It reaches all the way down here too. So whatever happened to her, or maybe whatever she uses these horns for, like, we don't have an idea, but she looks very much almost like a character that I could see in, oh, people have said Hollow Knight, yes, but also they could work on Don't Starve. It does look similar to that, or at least the vibe of, oh, scratchy horns and stuff. You know, mysterious birthmarks and I almost forgot that didn't see that detail, but I'm glad I did. And sure, even though it's a little bit faded out in here, we can also add some damage. But not too much. Yeah, that should be enough. And even then, I think that the border here is too pale for a deeper shadow. But I think it's good, it's fine. Now for the hair. Make the hair a group and add the gradient map, but in this case we're going to choose like a dark color. This one's pretty good, but now let's make the highlights actually brighter brown, maybe. Oh yeah, so it displays more of the highlights, but it's also like very dark hair. I think this works. But now instead of black, oh, it's a blue. No, 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 no. I want a dark orange. There we go. Like yeah, come on. It's closer to what it should be. Okay, so this is a little bit too gray. Let's actually add more hue, or at least lower the hue here, make it a little bit more paler so it fits. I can move it back a little now. Wait, a little forward. Okay, a little bit more highlight. Still feel it's too dark, so let's make it a little brighter. Bit up the scale. Yeah, there we go. Then if I want it more dark, I can just move it here, but at least we see more of the details of the hair, and it's not completely lost. Okay, I think this works. I think that works. Like, it's very dark, much like the original, but I can still see the hue of brown. It's very peculiar. Oh, hello, Brian. Oh, hang on, let me see. RTX 470 card or something. Okay, that's good. But that's internal of the computer, not like a cable. Because you mentioned you were lacking a cable that you need, which has like a weird socket square. Yeah, in that case you might need to buy it, and those cost like, at least HDMI cables cost like 60 bucks or 40 bucks. Very expensive for just a cable. Like, geez. But also, if you're saying that there's specific slot shapes, that is putrid of them. And now you gotta buy the exact one that you need. That's horrible. But the RTX card and stuff, it's more internal. Like, once you install it, it's already in there, not a cable thing. Colors like boglands in the dark. Yep. Yeah, I'm happy Brian is here. Yeah. Back again. Hello, Waffles. I was working on designing characters. The indie show. Perfect. That's a display cable, apparently. Really? I mean, yeah, it is a display cable, the HDMI. Supposedly an upgrade from HDMI. Oh, really? So you need that one specifically now to make it work. It sounds less like an upgrade, more like a monopoly if you are forced to use that cable and only that cable to use the display, which stinks. If that's what's coming on the new generation and the old HDMI cables are worthless, I just call that a monopoly, man. It's kind of like consoles. Back then, PlayStation allowed you to play older games in their console, and now I don't think they don't. It's like, oh, it's not compatible with the older generations. It's like, what are we doing here? Why would I upgrade when I have all the games that I want to play here? Just make games that are compatible with this one, or make that the old ones are compatible with the new one. Like, you know, it just sounds like it's all money. I mean, if it's apparently better, like, sure, but for a while keep the normal HDMI available or something, or else you'll be like Apple, which is like a new charger style every few models. Like, they get a new model, and then the next new model has like a star-shaped sign, and that's what you use to plug it. And then the other one is like a cruise ship a star sign on the charger thing. It's like, what are we doing? Just do it like Samsung, Android, or what is it, Windows, that keep everything standard. I'm gonna waste our money on that. So yeah, I'll need to investigate, because I don't know. But it sounds really scary. It's like they upgraded from VGA to the other cable, then to HDMI, now to DisplayPort. I have one HDMI port, but that's not enough. Really? It's not enough? That's weird. It should be enough, because the old VGA cables, were enough, you know, sound, the view, and another one for the other sound. So it's weird. It's weird to hear that an HDMI cable, which supposedly should have everything and more, is not enough. Weird. Very weird. It means I can only have one screen. Yeah. Yeah, sadly. Normally I've seen that they have two. You know, two HDMI ports. Weird that it only has one. I mean, what are you using as a display? Like a monitor, a TV? Okay, hang on. Here's what I'm gonna do. just so the shading is uniform, I'm going to shade the original one, and then I'll divide it into multiple because I already made the selection. See, all these selections are the different colors, so I will distribute them after I'm done shading on the official one. Also, why is this one must have erased it by accident? I think I'm bad at explaining my problem. Okay, so it's a TV. It's a TV monitor. That's weird. Normally it should have more options to connect to your computer. I mean, if it is a TV though, it's not going to be specialized for a TV monitor. I mean a computer monitor. Because a computer monitor will have all the options for you to connect it with all sorts of things, so. Oh, I'm working on the wrong layer. There we go. Sometimes it's better to blotch it all out with a dark color. And then you can start adding. Although on this one I gotta be careful because this is like a fluffy animal. And I'm not really good at shading those. Because normally fur, I haven't shaded much fur. At least not fur that is uniform. I normally shade fur that is like spiky in places, that is uneven, but this is very even and soft. So I don't know if I should add some texture at some point. But yeah, I'm figuring it out. I figure I can add some spikes later, so it's not so perfectly, you know, it's kind of like what I said about shading with the feather brush, because I could just shade every inch of this guy with a feather brush, but you know what, I think I should, because if it's so uniform it lacks texture, and the watercolor brush that I'm using adds a lot of texture. No, I mean my graphics card has one HDMI output and 3 DisplayPort outputs. I have a TV and a PC screen, but I don't have any DisplayPort cables, so I can only connect the one screen at a time. Oh, so it's more like a hardware thing, like it just doesn't have the ports. You see, I have a TV and a PC screen, but I don't have any DisplayPort cables, so I can only connect one to one screen at a time. But that's weird. So you can connect to. This is a PC, right? This isn't a laptop. If it is a PC, then yeah, I get it. You can only connect to one. But if it was a laptop, you know, which already has, but yeah, no, I think it's a PC. Man, I'm not really good at. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome in. Kai learns the rope. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Thank you. Happy to have new people in. Oh, we're just shading. We already shaded this girl. We already shaded this stump. And you know, we're just going along. Thank you, thank you. I could connect to more screens if I had the display cable. And now we gotta figure out what kind of... Now we gotta figure out where do they sell it then. And for how much. Because again, costly. It's so rare that I commit to use a feather brush. So this feels weird. But again, the character is fluffy, so it needs to have this soft texture. I can't get away from it. I gotta use this one. At first I kinda said I would not use the feather brush no matter what. It's just that for the most part it's not always the best option at all. But again, this character is too uniformly fluffy. And the other brushes that I have are too textured. No worries, Lum. Don't worry. It's just that it's a really big head scratcher that I normally make a movie in my mind, like, okay, what are we dealing with? And yeah. Also, teachings?
Hardly.
But you know, if someone can learn something from this, then I'm very happy. When I was young, I didn't really get much direction, and I wish I had this, you know? And now we're at an age where we do have streaming and a bunch of people sharing their knowledge, and yeah, and here and there, and it's go cool, and it's great, and it gets me very excited to meet new artists. It's alright. You two can continue talking. I like watching them color. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that makes me happy. That makes me really happy. Well, an alarm. It means it's 4 o'clock. I'm gonna bring out something so it loses the cold. I'll be right back. Oh, and for the meantime, I gotta... Hang on.
I'll be right back. I will be right back. A few seconds, just let me do this. I'm focusing along the world. Together with my party baby, you will never see another tree. Right? It's better. It's better. Like that. Who would have come? Who would have seen this coming?
Okay. Sorry, I stole a cookie from the kitchen. Just that I prepared food yesterday, and whenever it's 4 o'clock, I bring it out so it, you know, loses its cold. Then I guess around 5-ish, I reheat, and then me and mom have food for the day. And yesterday I prepared enough food for like 4 days. Someone gifted her like a bit of chicken breast, so I technically have like pork chops set up for an extra 4 days. Only 4 days though, because it can get into a spoiler territory. After that, it's not really healthy. But you know, it really minimizes the time that I have to spend on the kitchen. And because mom works and she comes on late, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna have her start cooking at that time. She comes home like around 6 or something. So if I can have something ready, you know. Poppy 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 poppy. Man, it's been years. Kind of those that I always liked Miku, but like only the parts where I grew up with, and then the rest I kind of lost touch after high school. But I still loved it. You know, I never lost my love for Hatsune Miku's music. Just that I kind of stuck with the ones that I liked and eventually moved on. So I don't know any of the new ones. God, me and my cousin used to try and sing Matryoshka, Love is War. I mean, of course, I never actually got the right kanji for it. I just started making stuff up at some point. I ate the bob. Oh, you're still live? I am. Yeah, I'll be live for like an extra hour. 1 more hour and then I gotta go cook. So yeah. I've actually been drawing a lot earlier than I started streaming. It's why the nap time today, whoever goes into the VOD, today's nap time was 15 minutes only, because I was in the zone. And also, we're in a hurry. At least I'm in a hurry. Because I'm an adult. I'm a stupid little boy. I'm a fool that thought he could get away with things, but no! Yeah, I'm very late on the art fight thing. It's just that I'm a perfectionist by trade, man. I cannot just make an art piece and call it a day. It's gotta be well shaded, it's gonna be this, it's gonna be that, the right details, the right context, the right contours, the right all the things. And then when I noticed, I only have like a week to finish, and I'm like, oh, hang on. I don't know any songs. Oh, you will.
You shall.
Just kidding. I know Sembozna Kura. I don't know if that's how it's spelled, right? Yeah, I don't know that one either. Might be one of the newer ones, because I do remember a really confusing named one, Matryoshka. It's very, and oh, and the other one that goes. That was the ultimate test of Yeah, are you faster than a computer? Oh, she get Yo, Thorn, what's up, bro? Good day, afternoon, right to the beautiful people in the stream. Thank you, Thorn. Yes, welcome in. Welcome in. Grab some popcorn. You're the MVP. Kinda wish they made it 2 months. Oh, right? Yeah, but then I'd be even stupider. I wouldn't be able to. But yeah, I have advocated for either 2 months or if it's not 2 months, at least there's 2 art fights. You know, one like for winter, one for summer, so sort of like that maybe. But they do have other activities. They do have other activities across the year. I'm just not into them. But it's not art fight, you know, not like the art fight. And I can understand, because then they have to figure out like the teams. It's twice the work on that aspect. So I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get why there aren't 2 art fights. And also, you guys heard about all the like there was a mini drama around art fight. The creator left, and there was like people that were taking money or whatever. Like, I don't think they will do anything anytime soon that is beyond the normal. And it's been running really well. Like, I don't think they need like a workload added to them. But it would be nice, wouldn't it? I really would advocate for another art fight across the year. Or, yeah, something like that. How long have you been streaming today, Doozy? 3 hours, 38 minutes, according to OBS. Based on what I've seen you do before, I think you could finish them all in a day if you wanted to. All of them? All of them, Lum. All of them. Are you sure about that? Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really know, because I usually, for my serious pieces, I take my sweet time. I make funny doodles like on Discord, and haha, that's funny. But those are just doodles, and I can do them in seconds. But these are like art pieces for people. I just take a lot more time with them, you know? I make sure that the composition is right. I make sure that the characters are interacting in all the right ways. I look for references so the design is proper. You know, it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel the same that I could finish them all up in a day. And also, I don't know, like, I don't know. I want to get faster though. I do want to get faster. That is true. I do want to get faster. But am I? Not yet. My perfectionism makes me stress about the anatomy for characters. Your shading is really wow. Thank you. Oh wow, thank you so much. I mean, I'm trying. Again, I've never actually shaded a lot with the feather brush, so this is semi old but new territory, because I never touched the feather brush after I experimented with others. But it's working wonders for this character, because this character is supposed to be fluffy, so. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can finish them all up in a day. I'm a quick doodler, but not a quick renderer, because rendering is very different from drawing. I can draw fast, but I can't render fast, if that makes sense. Like I said before, shading involves texturing, it involves where the light comes from, and it just involves so much. It's kind of like the Nyx concerto art that I did. That one took me a little bit more time than my normal doodles. And it was kind of sad that I finished after the stream was over. Because it only dawned on me, like, I should make this. But then it got a lot more epic, and I'm like, no, I have to make this. So I got a lot. If I was on it like 30 minutes earlier, or 15 minutes earlier, more or less, like an hour earlier, I would have definitely have finished exactly when Nyx was finishing the stream. But you know, that was my bad. I still don't think that that I can finish all this in a day. But you know, who knows? Maybe I'll find a breakthrough. I learn something every day. You could if you don't sleep or eat. Of course, yeah, exactly. But I'm a hungry boy, and I have things to do during the day. You know, there was the community night that we had on Saturday, on Friday, I think. No, Friday. And then I was mostly editing the video of what happened across the, you know, the weekend, along with other things that I do on the weekend with my family. So I kind of lost time there when it comes to 𝐼𝐕. But again, 𝐼𝐕 is a very chill event that I don't really take super seriously, because that's the point. You're meant to have fun. And if I'm not having fun or fulfilling myself, then what's the point? So I took it easy, you know? I just chilled and relaxed. And even if I'm wasting time, quote unquote, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. Sure, people will need to wait a lot more, but like, it makes me feel bad that people will need to wait for their pieces up until next year. But I honestly cannot be pulled in every direction at the same time, sadly. Like, I really wish I could clone myself and make a lot of art pieces at once, but that's just not reality. So I gotta be okay with my limits and, you know, just let some pieces never be made or be made late. But, you know, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up on it. It's just that we'll have to wait a lot longer. So now we take the strong one and we make okay, so it has a heart, but I can't make it too cartoony, so let's just put a little more. And now we do a copy paste. We grab the mask and then we delete it. This mask, delete it. This mask, we leave it. It's going to be the darker area. Now we do it again, but this time we erase. No, we erase this. We erase that, and we leave this bit behind. And now a third time, and we only leave this bit intact. Let's make sure that all the areas are selected. Okay, all the areas are selected. Now let's see. If you do 3 streams, you could have left at the end just to do some character doodles. Really? Like, do some doodles on top of it? Nah, that's too much. I sometimes need to hurry up and leave to do other things, sadly. You use 342% more time because you're entertaining us at the same time. Oh yeah, I'm trying, you know. And if you guys have questions, yeah, I get in the weeds of it a little too much sometimes. But, you know, I don't regret it. I don't regret a single one of that. I really love to help people learn how to do certain things. Again, unlocking potential. It's the stuff that I love it so much. If you want to learn how to do something, then let's do it. Let's practice. Okay, hang on. Let me keep reading. I thought the linear would have been harder. The linear is easier. It's easy. It's just that It's just that when you want to get the details right and the pose right and the interaction, like for example, these characters are not randomly placed. They're not randomly just doing nothing. Like this character is at the same time petting the little panda. They're holding a cup. They're looking up at this character who's placed in the right line of sight. And I gotta make her look kind. I gotta make her, you know, we're making the shapes to then shade them. This character is kind of reflexive, but happy she's here. She has the coffee cup or whatever she's drinking. She's sitting maybe on a stump or a chair. Then there's the background. What's happening in the background? Where's the limit of where the light is? You know, the shading is painting in between the lines that already exist. It's kind of easy. And then add some shine effects and whatever, and there you go. You have a piece. But the harder thing, I think, is to get the pose correct from the get-go. You know, you gotta think of action lines. You gotta think of composition. You gotta, and that includes the background. Oh, the background. When I get to that. This is quite the entertainer, isn't he, Lum? I try. I do relate. I also want to draw the characters in character, so I plan the composition and find refs for them. Exactly. Kay learns the rope. Got it exactly. I want them to act like themselves in the situation they are in. This character will most likely be miserable, and I would need to find miserable poses for this character. And this character fights a lot, so I need to have her use her sword and be in action and whatever. But right now she's not doing that. All the references have her fighting except for one. And I gotta put all these characters in a context when they are at peace and at home with this comforting presence of this character. So I gotta make this character look comfortable, look amiable, look kind, and like he said, I gotta look for references. I gotta pose them in the right place. The light has to be perfect, so I gotta figure that out. Where's the objects? Where are they placed in the image? Line art can be the harder part because it's you planning the composition. Once it's planned, you just, you know, once the ball is up here, it just rolls down. And shading is the part where it all rolls down, especially when I'm not coloring and I'm using gradient maps. So for example, this is too much. I don't want black to be the darkest color here. So let's choose like a darker red. Up the value a little bit of the darkest color. I don't want this hot red. So let's lower the saturation. Something more pastel. And this one is a little bit too gray. Too black. So let's go a little bit here, maybe? Like it's vibrant, but it's not black. It's more like copper, but it's too dark still. Oh, let me make it... Okay, there we go. Now I can work with this. It was very little bright. The opacity makes it grayer, and I don't want that. So I gotta work within the constraints of the color. Let me see. Yes, and I love it. Yay! Yo, that pup is looking like that dog in me. There's two wolves in us, and they're primary colored. Lol. There's one wolf. One is good, the other one's very hungry, and the other one is just really bored. Then there's another one that's even hungrier, but is barely lazy. And then there's the other one that, and then it keeps going. Looking for more, less satirized, but it's too. Okay, so this shading should be a little more vibrant. And this should not be black. It should be like an intermediate brown. It'll be the darkest color, right? At least we're thinking about this red. Let me take this off, it's too yellow. We're looking for like peach. So maybe, no, it's gotta be orange. a very bright orange. And instead of it like an in-between here, and this is it. We eliminate that. We put it up a little bit to darn it. The middle color should be a little more vibrant than that. Yes, but maybe more pastel. Yeah, it's closer. Now this is too dark. It should be more orange too. So maybe light brown? Although that looks a little bit like a dark blue gray. So let's maybe do that. God, but it needs to be a lot more diffuminated. Yeah, it's too dark. I need to maybe put an intermediate that gets a little closer to that blue, but it's like a vibrant. No. It's gotta be one of these. It's gonna be one of these oranges. It's too much. No, I think it's too yellow. It's too yellow. It's gotta be more red. That's a little better. And the dark should not be so dark. It should not be that vibrant either. It's probably something like that, and I can do that on the post section. I should check out the yellow section. So the OG artist is cool with changing the colors. No, that's the thing. I'm trying to get the colors as similar to the original as possible, but with some variation so it makes sense in the scene. So I'm kind of separating the colors a little bit. Or are you pulling a master plan that will... It kind of a master plan that doesn't work, but yeah. It appears my comments aren't working. Oh, they're fixed. Oh yeah. Hello, Goop, again. Man, yeah, your comments did you dirty. I see that last one, Goop. Okay, yeah. We see you now.
You have returned to us.
Alright. While it's saving, water. And peanuts. Anyways, I was in a mass attack once. I got drunk eating soup while people tried to stop me. What, you eat way too much? Okay. So now let's take this off. Let's go with the feather brush and erase this a little bit, just so the hard edges aren't so harsh. What is you? Okay, I see. But you're yellow. Let's erase your limits here a little bit. Make you closer to what the limit is, but not too much. Alright, and this one, make you retreat a little bit. Okay, so it's not this one's job to be this color, so I gotta make sure to... Yeah, got it. It's yellow's job to be the dark one. So, and this one, that's red. This one's the yellow one. This one we can get a little darker, like a multiply layer. But instead of blue, let's go for something like that. Oh wait, no, or maybe something like her hair that we already made. Copy that gradient map, pass it here, delete this. No, delete it. Yeah, it feels a little more. It feels a little more. Let's spread the influence a little bit top side. Doesn't matter if we get outside of the lines. We'll erase that in a bit. Oh, there we go. Looks a little better. Although that bluish thing, I don't like it. Let's change it. Let's make it hot. It fits better. And now this blue thing, it's showing that it's kind of overlapping where it shouldn't be. So let's eliminate it. Should be more here. Okay, so this one's invading. Let's take that off. Let's take that off. And this one's invading too. Let's get it off. And let's put this one that it covers every bit of this. And then here, erase the outside, that whatever came out. And this should be, let's take that off. Now we put in a gradient map, but with the light colors that should be close but too yellow. Let's make it a little pinker. No, more peach. Closer to like a pink peach. And this yellow could be the brightest thing. If for the majority, it's this pink peach thing. And this is too dirty. Let's make it warmer. And let's separate those colors a little more. And this darkest color is also very blotchy. Like, what is that about? Should be something more like that. Separate them a little so it's soft and cuddly. And this one is too bright and too yellow. God, let's make it again. Let's make it rosy. Let's make it peach rosy. Okay, a little better, but let's make it brighter a little so it contrasts a little. Yeah, that's better. Now the area of effect, let's make it influence more outside its borders. The red definitely needs to back off. Like, sure, these lines are kind of official, but not really. And then here's the opposite. We paint this section. And again, we erase the red. It's kind of like official lines, but not really. Until today. And if I got out of the lines, I just erase it. Whoops. Okay, there we go. The rest I believe is just correction. Yeah, this could be less pronounced. Doesn't need to be that dark. So it can be a lot grayer, like that. And then the rest of it, it's just us adding to it. Let's eliminate these. Make a new layer. And now we can start like free-form painting. It's kind of like the color in the ears, right? You have a few options once you choose the color. You can set it on a different blending mode, but it's not as easy as that, because if I put them like on multiply, they just, well, it's not that bad either, but it's a little bit too dark. It does conform and it shows the shading underneath, but it's not the same as I would like. Let's take a darker one for the mouth. Okay, that's the line art. So we're going to grab the whole character. No, not her. No, I just want the puppy. Yeah, there. No. I think that's it for the character. We can move on to the next. Oh, I forgot. Gradient map, pass it here and pass it there. Okay, it's more or less that color, but it's more blue. So instead of dark brown, let's move it to a colder spectrum. Maybe like that. Like, it's not perfect. Maybe a little bit grayer on the darker side. It is a really pretty color, but it's a little bit inaccurate. Yeah, there we go. Much more muted. And then there's this very bright puppy that comes in to lighten the mood. Now the next one I want to shade is Ella herself, the big cheese. Okay, hang on, let's see what you guys have been writing. Every time I look at my character page, I see it. Yeah. Inner cleansing already has its share of sacrifices. Now people are trying to stop you? I eat soap when I dance as well, please. Oh wait, did I read it wrong? I thought it was soup, not soap. Hang on. On the mass attack once, I was drunk eating soap. Yeah, no. Oh god, that explains a lot. Ah, that's hot. That's hot. Whoa. The colors look better with warm colors. Yeah. The good old fade point. Yeah. You're really good at shading, by the way. Thank you. Again, it's practice. Figuring out the texture of each character, and then there you go. It's half the battle when it comes to shading. Let's see. If I'm going to shade Ella, I'm gonna hide this. I'm gonna hide the stump, and we're gonna have ourselves a cute elephant. At least the start of this, right? Because it's 4:39, and at 5 I might need to go cook. So we have like, what, 20 minutes? Okay. So now we're going to separate her skin from her clothes. I really like to do it this way. Oh, let me take this off. I like to do it manually because, like we saw before, there's like a bunch of dirty lines underneath that don't get erased if I use the wishing wand. So even though it might take a little bit of time because I'm manually erasing a bit, sometimes it's a little better. You gotta look for the parts that you can do it and the parts where you can't. But in this case, there's so many lines in the middle of the shape. Oh, this part actually not, because this is... No. Let's identify the skin first and not touch it. If anything, I can kill two birds with one stone if I erase only the skin. Let me test something. Let's first erase all of the skin. Oh, it's saving. You know, I think I can just use the wishing wand here after I've kind of gone over the lines, like erasing the in-between lines, you know, the color from them, and there you go. I'll check it out. Dizzy has a way with shading all on his own. Also, he was really trippy way of drawing shine points that remind me of the ocean, under the ocean, aquatic in nature. Yeah. I was talking to Thorn about this IRL. I looked up some tutorials on painting with oil, and that actually helped me a lot. You know, traditional translating to digital. I was trying to imitate how they were shading and painting, and it worked wonders. So that's why I always recommend just go watch a painter, because painting digital sometimes makes you forget that you're painting. You know, the same things they use will help you. Okay, this is something I'm trying new right now. So I'm making sure that all the lines in the middle I've passed over with the eraser. All the lines. Okay, I think that's fine. It's mostly the middle lines. All the lines in the middle. This one, this one, this one, this one. And now I think I can go to the line art, select this whole section, and then delete the mask. Oops, I hit save by accident. We're gonna wait a little longer again. But yeah, I think that works, because that way now I know there's no dirty lines inside, which is what I'm very scared of. By the way, dudes, you might get into trouble if you post the attacks next year, by the way, because 𝐅/5 has rules about copying the characters. So if you do, might have to update them. Update them. No, hang on. Let me read that closely. If I post the attacks next year, 𝐅/5 has rules about copying the characters. So you mean if 𝐅/5 finishes, it's done, and I do art outside of 𝐅/5 and then I post them, like, that's bad, because people change their characters. I don't understand, because we're talking about, yeah, people can change their character models. I've seen it happen, but you can still draw them, and you can update the art in the middle of 𝐅/5. But why would that get me in trouble with 𝐅/5 itself? Yeah, because I'm trying to think, if they update their character, that's fine. I can maybe alter a few things here and there, or redraw them, because I have a whole year, you know. Or maybe the start of the next 𝐅/5 I can tweak it. But you see, I think I'm going to do, I think I'm not going to draw them. Then I'm going to draw them at the 𝐅/5 event, because you might have to redraw some of the art. Yeah, that's not, I don't find that a problem. I just if when you say that I might get in trouble, I think about legal repercussions or rules, you know, like I'm breaking the rules of 𝐅/5 and they're going to, like, no, this art piece has been disqualified because X, Y, and Z. You know, that's what scares me more than whether or not they change, because I know that they know that they have changed their models, and I can just go and say, hey, I tried to draw this last year but I couldn't finish it, so it's not up to date. I hope you still like it. And I know people will like it, because I've only had nothing but very friendly, very amiable interactions in 𝐅/5. Like, the people are so nice, at least the ones that I choose to pick and to attack. They are so nice, all of them, that I just know that they're going to like it no matter what. But I'm more afraid of 𝐅/5 itself, like 𝐅/5 saying no, disqualified because you drew outside of 𝐅/5. That's my biggest fear. That's why I'm asking, will I get in trouble if I finish painting outside of 𝐅/5 and then I post them next year? Because I know I know they might change the models. That's no problem for me. Isn't 𝐅/5 for fun? So why not just draw and have fun? Yeah, that's what I mean. if they don't have any rules against me finishing the pieces outside of our fight and then posting them next year, you know, like, I'll do it because it's fun and stuff. And again, I've only ever attacked people that have been very nice. I've never had a bad experience in our fight. Again, I try to make sure to pick people that I know I can trust to be very nice. So I've never had a bad experience yet. But I will look over the rules, because I still want to be very much within the rules of our fight. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to assume anything. It's like, oh, but I thought this was okay. It's like, no, it's not okay. It's like, oh, okay. I wasted a lot of time and they disqualify my piece. You know, that's the thing I don't want to happen. But if that's not a problem, then yeah. Then we're gonna have some fun. Oops, that's not what I wanted. The lines. And now, oh, this is great. I feel so silly that I didn't do this before. I erased the... Oh, I can just erase the whole thing from here. All of this is her skin. And nails still count. It's more or less like the colors. Okay, so there's these lines that pop out. If I select the area, you see it's all red under here, but it will be blocked by the selection. And I don't want this area to be dirty with the red underneath. So instead, I go to the mask. I make sure to erase that part of the mask first. And then I go to the lines, make the selection, and erase everything. That way I'm assured that this section is red free. Sure, there will still be a little bit red inside of the lines. Like if I delete the lines, you could see like the red lines underneath that haven't been erased, but that's covered by the line art, so it doesn't matter. But at least it's better than having the middle be polluted. Okay, so I've completely isolated her skin. Let's see if this works. I'm going to make a new selection. I'm going to make a new one. Let's make this one green for reference. And now I'm going to select the red one, which is her clothes, but then I'm going to inverse that selection. Oh no, it's the opposite. And now I'm going to erase everything but her skin. And I've killed two birds with one stone instantly. Oh, this is great. There has never been a project where I have not learned something new. This is an example. Oh, I forgot her ear. I forgot her ear. Let me get rid of that. So now we can get more granular with her clothes. We can separate hat from dress. We can separate the bib from the dress, the bow from the hat, the plate from everything else. Or maybe leave the plate to its own layer. But at least each selection can help me up expedite that. Hang on. Let me read up. We're in trouble. I update them. And seeing that Deucey's papa loved the ocean, it makes me think that the boys also took some ocean into the artistic bones. I mean, actually, I've loved ever since I was a kid. I was like this really hardcore Kingdom Hearts kid. I loved Kingdom Hearts, and since Sora was hanging out at the beach so much, I always hanged out at like a fishing bridge that I have outside of my home. When I was a kid, of course, when I was very young, I used to have this bridge, and I sat there and I rested there and I looked at the night sky and I watched the ocean and did all these corny lines and grabbed some wood from the ocean that sometimes it was like a washed off like bamboo sticks, and I made them into swords, and I had like all these ultra mega dumb philosophical arguments with myself. So I looked at the water a lot. I looked at water a lot. And when you look at something for long enough, you know how to shade it eventually if you're an artist. So yeah. I know how to draw the ocean by association, I guess. Because you might have to redraw. It's an art fight for fun. So selective strategies even before the drawings start. Know not only what but also who you're working with. Suga desu. I saw a video about a bug called an acorn weevil, but also it's a bug. But the bug is actually kind of cute. Aww, acorn weevil. I want to look at a cute bug. There it is. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's this thing. Oh man, if you love this little critter, you might like leafhopper nymphs. To me, I find them extremely cute. There's this video by what's his name? The guy that goes, "Here are interesting facts about the dung beetle." You know that guy? the one that says, "Here are some true facts about the armadillo." You know that guy. He made a video about leafhopper nymphs, and it's so good. It's one of my favorite videos of his. And they look kind of similar to this guy, this silly boy, but they have like headwear, and it's so like such divas. They're so cute. I made Bean with Saitama's face, and now it scares me. Oh no. You see, the powers of an artist, it's dangerous. You make things you do not understand. Oh no. What have you done? Let's see. I'm not searching that I don't trust you after you showed me that spider, lol. Oh, come on. No, but I'm serious. The leafhopper nymphs are adorable. They look exactly like the weevil. Actually, hang on. The reason I looked for that spider was because I needed to research for that little character. But these guys... hang on. Hang on. There's really cute ones. There's really cute ones. Hang on. The thing is that they come in various shapes and sizes. Look at this guy. Look at this one. It's very colorful. It's adorable. How can that be weird? And then there's like leafhopper nymphs that have like crazy aesthetic. But where are they? I thought they would have them here immediately. There's ones that have like a rhino helmet. They look super cool. Ah, here they are. Like this is one. Look at that helicopter. Look at that helicopter, son of a gun. There's ones that look really freaky, but then there are ones that look like this. Oh, leafhopper. Just leafhopper, okay. Oh, right, because the nymphs are the babies. I'm stupid. Yeah, there we go. The nymphs are the babies, and then the... Let me see. Oh, this one stinks. I think it just says adults. They do, don't they? In fact, let me just put on the video, at least so we can browse the styles that they come in. No, hush. Okay, I'm going to skip until the ones that we can see are really cute. Look at this dude. Oh, sorry, the browser. Look at this dude. Take a closer look at that snout. Apparently, when they're babies, they like poop out nectar that ants eat, so they protect them. Look at this one. And look at that one. Yo, look at this one. That one looks like it's going on a gladiator combat. Like these little guys are pure, I don't know. It's inspirational. If you want something to draw, try a leaf hopper. Oh, look at this freaky thing. This one's a little bit more freaky. This one, I'm not gonna lie, this one's freaky. I'll smell you later. So yeah, these are cool. Welcome back.
Welcome back. We are looking at beautiful insects. Because I like little bugs and they're very adorable. They're very adorable. La 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 la.
Wait, hang on. Did I erase it from the green one? I don't want to erase it from the green one. Ah, there it is. Okay. I see. Anyways, let's do it. Let's just grab this. The mask to any layer works like a raster layer. So you don't have to worry about it going all glitchy and weird, because that's the problem with vector layers and selections. They don't work. The only way you can make a selection work in a gradient, in a vector layer, is if you make a mask. Otherwise, like if I make a selection here and I try to paint something on the normal layer, not the mask, and I just do this, it just won't work. Oh right, I need to let's go somewhere without color. Let's pretend let's try this wide area on the mask. Then let's make a small selection and let's try to paint inside of it. Why doesn't it work? Oh, now it works. Okay. So now make the selection. You see? It doesn't work. When you try to draw inside the perimeter, it just leaves. Vector layers do not like selections. Oh, Waffles is going? Hi, I'm back. It appears. Oh, okay. Never mind. He's not one. Tomorrow I'm going to the yearly Dutch city fair. Whoa. Every city has province as a state. I hope to stuff myself with cotton candy and all sorts. Yeah. Yeah, stuff yourself. Have fun. Just don't get tummy ache. Good day to you, Waffles. It appears my fear of bugs activates. I'm never going to sleep again. Oh, come on, but they're adorable. Aw, okay. I'll be more careful next time. I'm sorry. But you see this? Vector layers do not like that. So what we do is we paint, and with a mask we make it, you know, we make the selection we want, because the mask is the one that can allow you to keep the quality of vector layers, but with the exactness of a raster layer. Good evidence. Yeah. Okay, so it has no skin and it has no... Okay, this was all clothes. Okay, blue is everything. Red is clothes. Green is skin. And this new one, this yellow one, I'm going to make it the hat? No, wait. Look. Her bib is the same color as the dress. The only things that are different... Okay. So in that case... Because we're working by colors... No, bad selection. So it means that the bow can be the same as this, but not the other way around. So the hat is separate from everything else in the red. Except for here, the bow here is colored. And then, on the yellow, we select all that is red and delete it. So now we have the hat isolated. And maybe the plate, but the plate... Oh wait, this part of the skin still isn't erased. And I should put in the green there too. Oh, mask. There we go. And the plate should not be... Could honestly be... Oh, what am I doing? Select and erase. There we go. It could honestly be yellow. Because the hat... Well, no, never mind. This will be its own thing. Much later on. I'll make a new layer. Let's see, while it's selecting. A good advice. Why sleep when I can watch YouTube streams instead? Come on. I'm gonna go for a minute. Bye. Okay, Goob. Take care. Okay, now. There we go. Now the plate is complete. Okay. So let's select these decorations. Nope, not the lines. Okay. Boom, baby. Everybody get up, it's time to slam jam. We got a real jam going on. Welcome to the Space Jam. The Space Jam, alright. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. Come on and slam, you wanna jam. Come on and slam, you're welcome to the jam. Bam, bam, watch a bam, everybody get up, it's time to slam now. Welcome to the Space Jam. Na. Come on, let's see. Hey, yeah. Okay, so this part. Oh, goodness gracious. The Ghost of Sparta. Shuffling, shuffling, shuffle, shuffling, shuffling, shuffle, shuffle.
Every day I'm shuffling, shuffle, shuffling, shuffling, shuffle, shuffle.
Batman.
Batman, Batman.
It has been a minute and Goop hasn't returned. I'm worried. Oh man, yeah. We gotta check on Goop. We don't want to see them flow down some drain or something. It's very dangerous out there. It's been more than a minute. It has been. Hold on, I gotta check my tweets. Gotta check my. Oh. Okay, let's see. It was at 4 something. Oh man, this was an hour ago. I'm late. Yeah, someone needs my help with something. Okay, I guess we're kind of done for today. Oh man. So yeah. I'm gonna wait until this stops saving up. Yeah. Wait, let me check something. I'm gonna check if 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 is on now. I think I'm gonna have to do this now. So no, she's not on yet. Okay. Okay, so I have some time to help out. Okay, once this is done saving. So yeah, I'm gonna cut it off for here because I have something to do later on, and then this came out. I was like, oh my god, I'm sorry. But yeah, we were very close to finishing. It's 5 o'clock now. Okay. Thank you everybody. Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, I gotta start watching YouTube Shorts for some reason. Anyways, hi, hello Goop, hello. Don't worry, I'm going to end stream now. I'm waiting for that thing to stop saving up, and then I'll just call it a day. And there's no one that I know that I can raid into, so yeah. Oh, I will recommend later on. Paprika Cheerios is going to have like a funny community event, and I recommend her. Hang on, let me look it up. This is like a very no, that's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. So she's having a live event soon. I won't be able to come in today. Oh, multiple throughout the week. But this is the, this one's the one that's upcoming at 8 p.m. I will come in later. But I suggest that y'all it's a fun time. It's a fun time. I recommend you go. That one that has like the fish.
The fish.
Later on, you can check her out. But for now, thank you so much for all of us joining in. This was really fun. We pretty much finished. Let's see. Hang on. We finished a stump, and we finished. Wait, hold on. Did I? No, I didn't. Oh, they're not color coded anymore, so I can't find them. Lol. No, Marissa and Spice are this one, and where's? Oh, Cinder and Sugar. There they are. So we finished this today. No, not bad, right? For shading. Oh, sorry, I'm in the way. I'm in the way. I'm in the way. I'm in the way. No. Well, anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining in. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, I hope I can come in tomorrow. But yeah, this is fun. Anyways, have fun. Take care. Hydrate. And
I see you. I am very hungry, my friend.